Also, I've not quite yet signed into the wrong game on the wrong night. I have
I
obviously
noticed you
said,
yeah.
oh yeah, I'm gonna do it one day, right? This is the curse of running 3 games. But I have obviously said, welcome to the keep it. Oh, no, that's not the game. You know, I have done that before twice in 1 week. I managed to get it right. So was it last week I did that, where it was a Monday and Wednesday I said that, but then on Friday I actually got it right. So third time was the charm. It's nice.
I don't remember anything like that. And
Good. I'm glad I managed to obfuscate it with just more words. Oh dear. A good name for a biography, wouldn't it? Just obfuscation. I'd enjoy that.
I mean,
It's about everything but the person.
Yeah, I think I could get away with that, right? I could just write a biography about myself that has absolutely no content, but fills about 600 pages. Yeah. I think I could get away with that.
a whole load of drawings in it.
Yeah. Sketches implying the metaphor.
Yes.
Okay. You can let me know if the stream is on point.
Sounds fine.
Good. Obviously, we'll just hope my audio doesn't go in and out like you said it did last time.
Can I test the delay on my video? Like, can you just hold your hand up now?
Yes. So I'll do it in 3, 2, 1. My hand is up.
Oh, 5 whole seconds. Nice.
Yeah,
5 gravities. Okay, cool. Good.
5 of the big ones.
Oh.
Oh dear. I was almost ready to sing more of that song, and I'm glad my self-control stopped me. Good. We're doing well. And we're doing it live. Right, so, welcome to the Invasion, session 41. Gregor's last session because he hates us. I am
Not
Ryan
true.
the GM. Sorry, I'm Ryan the GM. And Professional Twin. It is Super Mario Day, March 10th, 2021. And here are the players.
Hi, everyone. It's Gregor here, who doesn't hate the game, just time he hates. Because I'm running out of it.
Oh.
Wow.
No, unfortunately,
What like a downer, right? Like let's put a positive spin in it, you know.
I mean,
don't know what that is, but
technically, this is my last regular game, but possibly not the last of Adhair. I could, in theory, pop along for a wee session at some point. You know, so we never say never, never say die. And we're talking about Adhair, my guy. He's an Air Genasi who's the leader of the group, and he's going to be missed because of his lovely voice.
True. That is a true fact.
Rip.
Well, my name's Dylan. I'm playing Bard Changeling, who's currently in the form of Cass, and I wish everyone a Super Mario Day.
oh, look at you. Yeah. Fuck you, Dylan.
Teacher.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Fleabite the Skaven. Galaxy.
Good enough. I got that reference.
Hello. I am Colin. Happy International Super Mario Sunshine Day. The one Mario game I really liked because you were a plumber and you were using water to clean up messes, and that felt thematically fitting. And also, the color palette was very pleasing. I play Vanger, who is a sort of dwarven, priesty, cleric.
That's true.
A mensch, really, if anything.
Sure. Good hello, everybody. What do you remember from last time?
Whistles.
We got inside
Yeah.
in that state and were confronted with an eerie sight.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Your reflection?
Oh.
My monster from its sleep began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, it did the mash.
It did the mash. Anything else come to mind, people?
There was at the beginning of a lovely date.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, Adhair was at the beginning of a lovely date. A lovely, lovely date.
Yeah. A lovely, lovely date. I was all out dressed up and super awesome.
With your fancy outfit, your ridiculously fancy outfit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to get everyone's attention, especially because I tried to de-bluify myself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, still blue, just not as normal blue. It's
This man just blue with talcum powder on your cheeks is all I have the visual of. That's what I see.
But it's very much fitting. That's a popular aesthetic.
Mhm.
Lather talcum powder in your
That or just, abstract cocaine. I don't like, what's your fashion style? Abstract cocaine.
I think I saw abstract.
it's very popular at the time.
It does sound like a band, doesn't it? There you go, world. There's another band name for you, courtesy of Our Ramblings. Okay, so anything else people want to remember from last time? Or is that everything? Is that the keynotes?
I want to remember.
Yeah.
We did
That was the abridged version.
lots bit of teaching children how to use pointed instruments.
Yeah, you can go as far to say dagger play. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Life skills or knife skills. That'd have been a good session title. But yeah.
Fleabite has the Green Ranger's dagger now.
The one that definitely isn't a flute. Yep.
Yep.
Yep, the Blade of the First People, I believe it's called. And yeah, I think that's everything I remember really. Besides, some spooky known footsteps in the snow.
Yeah, and Xarxus wasn't Xarxus.
Mm.
And Xarxus is no longer Xarxus. Xarxus is really gone from this world for now.
Xarxus was it Xarxus or Cass that was I think it was Cass that was tailed somewhat by Cynthia.
Killed Cynthia.
Yeah, I was going to say, he followed Cynthia into an alleyway.
Found out she's actually a ghost.
I mean, you didn't find that out, you just assumed she's actually a ghost. She just didn't leave footprints. That was
She could have been using like a floating spell.
Or pass without trace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just a ranger, apparently. All this time. Oh dear. Don't worry. Eventually, I can reveal her her character sheet when was it Drake Warden is official. Yeah, we'll go with that. That's thematically appropriate based on what at least Adhair and Fleabite should remember.
Sure.
I'm not saying you'll get the reference. I'm just saying
I'm like,
just were there 3,000 years ago. So let's review goals and see what's in place. So we currently have, for the general goals, Daki, Optera, Calastris, Twinan, connection to the box. Attempt to recover box from the cave. We also have rescue Sarah if she wants. Uncover the Noah Glint secret. We have keep Cantor / Warren alive during the sister heist. And then we have some personal goals. What's your personal goal, Adhair?
Discover why Lady Thakay is the librarian and why the former Optera home is now the library.
And the DCC?
Our goal is to deface Lord Tonin.
With your new accent. Yeah. I like
Yes.
it. And Fleabite?
To continue my Cynthia T journey, which is obviously the most important arc of this.
So, I was looking at your goals and you do have a learn how to make the specialty goal that's already completed, so I feel like your Cynthia one's kind of been done. And I don't think there's been that many specialties in this game, despite attempts.
There's the nose T.
So, I feel like you've already cashed that one in, buddy. And it was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. My opinion would be when it was at the campfire, and there was lots of going to the, from the beach to the sea and back, boiling off the salt. So, yeah,
Easy 500.
sure. I don't know what you said or whatever, but yeah.
Easy 500
Easy.
experience.
Yeah, it was an easy 500 back then. I think we already got it.
So it's just not good, buddy. You get anything in the ideas pile you can chuck in?
I do.
What have you got? Yeah, could pop that in for now if you wanted. Unless you had something more easily attainable.
You want to create a camera for me?
Camera. There's one thing I would describe that as it is a
Okay, teach Falcon about poisons. Interesting.
This is amazing. Yes, let's do that.
Now, is it teach Falcon how to utilize poisons?
Perhaps all of the above. I say that like skipping a step in what I was saying. Like in my head, I had already said the thing that would have
It's
been
okay.
included in the all of the above. But like it could also be like poisons that she like teach her about different kinds of poisons.
I think in the teaching, it would probably start with teaching about how to detect and then move on to making. So I guess yes is the answer, but I would probably do it over stages, so it'll take me a while.
I see. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Yeah, I can put that in. I feel like Fleabite is the dad she deserved, not the one she got.
Wow.
The one she needs right now.
No, Warpstone Uncle.
The Warpstone uncle. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Right. Okay. Right. And Venger.
Yes, it is. Successfully cat scout during sister heist at Tanan Estate. If all those words made sense to you, you're welcome. Yeah, I think that will be a nice easy one. I simply need to finish the heistery, and I
Yeah.
think that be considered successfully achieved.
I
Probably
would probably concur.
more cat doing
Mhm.
along the way.
Yeah. Although Cat Doing sounds like perhaps like a country singer, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to Cat Doing with his latest hit, My Wife Has Left.
It was a cold Monday morning after the rain last night, is how that song starts. With some acoustic guitar. Oh dear. Anyway, this is not The Invasion, aka the country album. So, that's what we've got. This is where we are, and I guess we're going to open up on Adhair's wonderful revelation of who's joining him for this evening.
Ooh. Oh yes, because it was Noah and Glint, wasn't it?
It was indeed Lord
Yes.
and Lady Tonan. While you were at Lady Thacky's estate, you wandered past a very fancy, luxurious-looking carriage. You went past the wonderful manservant man, and then you were led into the drawing room, where you seen Lord and Lady Tonan, who seem to be dressed up for this evening's festivities, which is the wonderful theatre production of Warrow.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yep.
Said in character.
Yes.
Lady Thicky was not in the room, was she?
No, you just walked in together, remember? And then she's like, okay, take my arm. And then you just walked into the room together.
Yes.
And that's when, Glint was very excitable with her clapping of her hands together, like, oh, look, he's here. And Noah seemed more interested in the bottle of booze he was sniffing, and then he sat it down, stood up, and walked over to shake your hand. I think he said something like, oh, it's going to be a fun evening, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, he said.
Yeah.
So he's just smiling in your face.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
You should ask
believe
him about payment for today.
Hmm?
You should ask him about the 200 gold he owes you today.
good to see you. Where's my money? You pay me now.
Tony says, "Where's my box?"
Oh shit!
Mm.
It's at theater. Come, let's go.
Oh, brave words. Yeah.
Yes. So I believe what Adhair would actually go. Oh, it is so good to be seeing you again. I'm sorry, I'm a little surprised to see. I was not aware we were attending theater with other guests. And gently turn round to. I can never say her name.
Lady Thaki.
Sure,
Easy
we'll go with that. Easy.
Yeah. Easy.
So, Lady Thaki.
Yes.
Yeah, Adhair would turn around to Lady Thaki, kind of give her that kind of look of, what the fuck? Kind of expression.
I think she returns the very raised eyebrow look you're giving her. And she give a very, very brief stare back with wide eyes, and then her eyes snap back to like the guests, and she smiles politely. And then Noah is there. He shakes her hand and he says, "I must say the attire is quite unique." As he takes like a step back and theatrically looks you up and down.
Adhair would show off. He'd, hold, sort of, not hold the jacket open, but he'd
Yeah, I know what you
pause
mean.
in it.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, "Well, thank you. This for such a special occasion, I have decided to acquire a special outfit. Had made a special for tonight."
He says, "I see. Do you know what would go well with this outfit?"
And he kind of looks up. Adhair would sort of look down at his outfit, as in, "The hell are you talking about?"
Yeah. He says, "The gift I gave you."
The gift? Now that is not such a thing that I would be taking to a theater, sir.
And then he laughs and then like moves his hand onto like his hip where he has like a sword on his hip.
I see. I was unaware that it was commonplace for attending theater with all weapons. I do, however, have my rapier, but I thought such a special thing would be best kept safe under lock and key.
And then he takes like a very slow walk around you. And then says, "I dare say your outfit may cost more than the blade itself." And then he just kind of like half grins at that.
Well, let us hope that no one is going to be stealing my outfit.
He kind of looks at you like very like as if the humor just didn't even land on him. He goes, "Yes, let's," and then just smiles at the end of that.
Adhair would move closer to Lady Thaki. Kind of like
just sidestep once to get closer. Awkward. And he says, "I think we'll take my carriage to the theatre. Doesn't that sound wonderful?" And he just takes a step away from like both of you and Thaki and puts his arm out, and Glint quickly runs up and hooks her arm in. And then they start marching out.
I would try and stop Lady Thaki from following immediately so as I could whisper to her.
Okay.
And Adhair would whisper, "Are they joining us in our booth as well?"
And then she goes, we have a booth?"
I could have swore we had a booth.
You do, but I don't know if you told her.
Oh, shit, right. I would say, "Of course, my dear, of course I'm getting you a booth. I want you to have best time."
That was very generous of you. Thank you. And she kind of like absentmindedly pats like the top of your like hand, and then she says, "They are hosting us in their private seating."
Oh, this is, I am wondering,
I would have let you know, only I only found out about half an hour before you arrived. She gives you like a look of like a pained grin.
Do not worry, my dear. I am knowing what he is. Well, I'm beginning to understand what the kind of lord he is. So I do not blame you for this sudden surprise and change in
No,
plan.
I think it's definitely your fault. She just looks at you matter-of-factly and nods.
So you're we must catch up with them. So we are taking their card, not yours.
And you just hear Glint's kind of melodic tones going, "Hurry up!"
Just coming.
And then I think Thaki just takes a big deep breath, and then just starts walking out the door as well. You know, the servants of the house attend the doors and whatnot, and the carriage, and these are led inside, and Noah and Glint sit they sit facing obviously the way the carriage is about to move, and you sit facing them.
See, just as we're entering the carriage, see Lady Thakay's carriage. Is it still sitting there all horsed up with the rider and stuff? Yeah.
The rider isn't there, but the horses and stuff are all as if it was ready to go. Yeah.
Right. But it's not being there's no sign of anyone taking it away or anything.
No. Probably the guy who, wherever the equivalent servants area is in the place, he's probably there because he's not going to sit outside in the cold until he was needed for the departure, and clearly he's not needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Adhair in his head is hoping that at least the carriage is there, and I know where to get it if need be.
Sure. Yeah.
But I doubt I can. I was tempted to be like, "Excuse, can I put these 2 tickets in your carriage and have it sent to Madame Emerald's to just sit there and give my friends a chance to come to cinema?" But
it's an old Genasi word, cinema. Yeah.
Yes, it's from the old times, from before.
It translates as to shadow play. Yeah.
Yes.
Nonsense. Okay. Yeah. Do you say anything to the tenants or to Thaki?
I really don't know how to say this without sounding rude because, I bought these tickets. I don't want them to go to waste, kind of thing. But I know fine well I can't send these to where the guys are.
I mean, keep in mind, Thaki does have house staff. So if you wanted them delivered to somebody, you could ask Thaki to give them to a servant.
In that case, could Adhair quickly pause while he's speaking to Lady Thaki in the study area where there was brandy and stuff?
Yeah, we'll rewind all the way back, right? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In that moment, Madame, I'm hoping my friends, the ones who I'm staying with at the...
Madame?
Madame
Thaki
Emerald.
looks at you. Because you referred to her as Madame initially.
Shit, did I?
Yeah. You said, Madame, is how you opened this.
I speak to everyone as Madame. She'll learn this about me. The charming lady of the Emeraldine, she is taking care of my friends, but they did not have chance to go to theatre. I am thinking now that perhaps as a treat, I can send these tickets back to them somehow so as they can attend the theatre if they can make it in time. Would it be okay if I am sending these tickets perhaps in your carriage with a member of staff so as my friends can possibly see theatre?
And she looks like, what is this request? Because she's maybe still got whiplash from the fact that the twin Anns turned up at her house.
No.
Please, let me write on paper. Writing just, hey, something changed. You can come to play. Here are 2 tickets. Please.
Yeah, so she points you towards a desk and whatever, and as you head over, she goes, "Do your companions not have something to occupy their time this evening?"
Yeah, remember, we do kind of an alibi.
Yeah, but it's fine because he's destroying it. It's good.
That is very true.
You're not quite destroying it. You're just putting in an interesting oddity.
I thought you were just giving the box seats to Madame Emerald.
To be fair, I haven't really said who my friends are, so I'm now thinking it could be Madame Emerald and Falcon that I'm referring to. But actually, I'm writing a letter to Falcon to run to you guys because Falcon's kind of in on our thing. But I'm trying to think how I can get this message without someone else reading it.
Also, Falcon doesn't know where you'll be. FYI.
I'm going to put it in the notes.
Okay.
But why are you right?
I know. Everything.
trying to
We're
think how I can
overthinking
put
it.
it
We're
in
overthinking
Kent.
it. So, Adhair, you
Well-
tell me what you're doing, and we'll have it happen.
I would like to, because I'm 99%
You
sure
can
at
have a
some
piece
point
of
in the
parchment to
past.
work. He has a desk and a writing set and everything. You know, it's all fancy.
Mhm.
You can have.
It's just, I'm thinking if I write this in Thieves' Cant, Fleabite can read Thieves' Cant. Yes, but if I write it all in Thieves' Cant, then no one's going to understand what it is or have any instructions. So I'm trying to think of how I can write this so as it gets delivered to Falcon, and Falcon then knows to take it to Fleabite. So I'm guessing in the 2 seconds I
draw a
have to
picture
think
of a
of this
small
and write
girl
it,
with a cape, and then handing the message
the notes
to a rat.
to a rat. Yes, and then the rest in Thieves' Cant
I mean,
with 2 tickets to the theatre. This might not go according
this
to
is my
plan.
favorite part of D&D in general, right? Just role playing in general. So, but how can I convey this complex information in a nod? That's how.
So, right. Let's take a second because I'm still stuck up on why are you doing this?
I wouldn't.
I'm
worry about
sending the cart to you guys, the carriage,
But you're not.
Uh,
You're sending it to Madame Emerald.
with the delivery of a letter to let you guys know that I won't have the car, in order for you guys to know that the cart is going to be satched up and ready at Lady Thacky's.
that. So you guys
It's
are
kind of
forgetting.
where I'm going.
But then we have to go
Gregor.
to Lady Thacky's. And I've already given you money so that after the theater, hire as a cart.
That's true.
Because I don't see how this benefits us in any way.
The
Because
thing that Gregor missed as well is the fact that you guys have already left the city.
Oh,
Sorry.
shit, that's right. We did do that.
As far as you're concerned, like this is a lot of going back and forth for us that I just don't see how it's in any way a good thing.
In that case, did you give me my?
I did.
Definitely did.
You
Oh,
left it in the room.
Well, I left it in the room. Yeah, but I
It's,
right.
told you I was leaving it in the room for you though as well.
I might have forgot that. Cool.
But there is
what I
money
will
in
do-
your room in Madame Emerald's that Vanger gave for the contribution of come pick us up with horses
Okay.
in some fashion.
And after Adair stands there for 2 minutes, he just realizes he's completely dafty. Let's go to the theatre. Let's go. And yes, let's pretend none of that happened.
Yeah, we
I
can
mean,
just.
she's just gonna think you're even weirder than she already did.
If we want to edit that back, we can just have you heading into the carriage. Are you going to say anything to the Tonans at this point, or are you?
It is so good to be seeing you again. I cannot believe you are free to be joining us, but I am glad that you are.
And Noah gives you like a kind of strange look when you say that, and he kind of like tilts his head to the side, and he's obviously beautiful blonde hair falls over his shoulders, and he says, "Oh, what would possibly keep me busy from your company?
Hey, you are setting up a wedding, are you not? This
I
is
have
normal
people to
stressful
set up
time.
things like that.
time.
I merely have to be married." And he kind of laughs, and then Glint laughs with him, and then they kind of like, do that creepy brother-sister thing where they look at each other and then obviously have about 1,000 in-jokes, and then turn back and just say, "No, it was more than a delight to discover you were attending the theatre tonight, and it just so happens the performance I chose to see was this evening. How convenient for us both."
It is that.
And then he kind of just nods and he says, "And I think it would have been terrible if my dear sister had not the chance to meet you." And she looks shy when he says that, and she quickly looks at you and kind of nods politely and then doesn't really say anything.
I thought I'd met her.
No, we
No?
didn't actually.
You met, so she briefly walked in with Fleabite
walked
at the
in with
end.
With Fleabite, yeah.
of the meeting.
Right. So we were never actually formally met.
Yeah, like he did say, "This is my sister Glint" when the first time we met her, but at the same time, yeah, like there was no specific meeting arranged. Yeah.
Fair enough. Then, well, Madame, it is pleasure to be meeting you finally, properly, 1-to-1 in way. Haha.
Oh my God.
And then She kind of smiles at you. She puts like her hand out, like her gloved hand. She puts out for you to take, and we see what you do in response to that.
Adair takes her hand and eyes up any jewellery if there's any on the outside.
No, please.
Of course, both her and Noah are covered in jewelry.
In sparkles. Can I really want to question what I see on these rings. Like, is there any signet rings or anything?
No,
Posh people have that kind of stuff.
it all looks like for glint. A lot of it looks like almost as if gold's been worked into like branches or natural-looking stuff with jewels instead of like the flowers or the actual what do you call them? Stones and stuff, the fruit. So a lot of her jewellery seems to have been designed after natural designs.
No, I do the traditional kiss. I mean, I would love to do what the GIF is, but best not at the beginning of the night.
We had that for a flea bite long ago, didn't we, Alexander? With you and Cynthia. Long ago. But yes, so I think with that then, if you take her hand, do the polite kiss, and then she pulls her hand away very quickly and kind of giggles to herself and turns to Noah, and she says, "I think he's put makeup on for this evening, brother." And then kind of like grabs her hand kind of gently and like does that little squeeze and goes, Now, sister, let's not be rude." And
Do I hear this?
yeah, like they're kind of just talking to themselves, but like these are in like a carriage, it's not big. Even if the noise of like the horses and the wheels and the motion, because everything's these are in motion now. And then I think Noah looks at you and kind of like tilts his head in way of acknowledging that maybe she was slightly rude there. And he says, "How fair is the work that's brought you my way?"
I'm not sure if you are aware, but my comrades have actually left city to follow investigations outside the walls. Many things have led us to certain places, but we believe we are now on final track to find what you are looking for.
And then Glint looks excited again, and Noah says, "Oh, so your friends are not joining us at the theatre then?"
They are not really theater goers. They tend to be the kind that are in the standing only area and scream and shout and drink a lot. They are not like us.
I was the one who recommended them.
Like us,
Oh, if only yous had that telepathic link the Monday game has. Oh, the shade yous could give each other. I think Noah kind of like nods, hearing all this, and then he says, "Yes, best leaving the productivity, as it were, to the others. Not us. Men of leisure, right?" And he smiles again, a very polite but
Sometimes a man of leisure, alright?
sometimes.
I believe Adhair would be sitting back, possibly holding Lady Thakay's arm. Would that be the polite gesture?
It'd be weird to still be holding her arm after you got in. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like lock arms, kind of not hold her hand, but
Yeah, like you'd lock arms to walk, but these aren't walking, so it wouldn't make sense to like.
no. I'm just trying to think how do it in the.
We're just sitting next to each other, right? Like that's
Yeah.
that's the gist of it. There's nothing too special about it. And if you wanted to hold her hand, you could put your hand out to see if she notices.
You know what? Sure. After the laughing wee moment there, Adhair would put his hand out to see if she'd hold it for the journey.
Then gotta make her roll to see if she notices. Yeah, she does. Yeah, so
cringe.
you I know, right? She goes, "Oh yes, quite." Just puts her hand awkwardly on yours, and then
Now, it's a strange moment. How does it feel? Does it feel like she's particularly warm? Is she
she's wearing gloves.
sweaty, damned?
She's done up for the theatre. They all, like everybody wears gloves to the theatre.
Why
Do
does
our
everyone
hands Vampiric.
Like, can I tell from the touch of her hand if she had anything to do with like a conspiracy with a box, for example? Is there like wood shavings on her hand?
It was more to feel if she's maybe perspiring, sweating profusely, and terrified. Your clammy hands, you know?
Is she
Well,
that dog's gay?
well, there's no tremble in the hand, if you will. I can give you that much.
But there is a tremble?
No, there is no tremble.
Oh.
What a weird question. What a weird situation to be in, but here we are. And then Noah then says, well, it's good to hear about my delivery, as it were. I would be ever so upset if anything affected my wedding. When do you expect I take delivery from you and your colleagues?
Well, I am not one for giving you, how you say, the hope of false, but I'm believing that my comrades will be back in few days, whereas I will be riding out, possibly even late this evening to meet them.
I see. And would it help if I sent my men with you to provide additional security, perhaps? And he's saying this while kind of like looking out the window of the cart. I say cart, carriage is what I really mean. As he's almost like playing with the curtains with like his hand.
My lord, as flattered as I be to ride with your guards, I'm feeling this might draw a lot of attention. Is this a wise thing?
And then it kind of like his eyes roll from the window to you, and then obviously, as we know in tradition of these RPs, they scream. And then he says, "It seems like discretion was not the better part of a swift delivery, as it were." And he gives you a shit-eating grin again. Last time. So forgive me if I'm unwilling to take further risks.
Well, in this case, I will be more than happy to meet your guards, say at your estate to ride out, or maybe at city walls.
Perhaps the city gates would be best.
Then in this case, I will meet them at the city gate.
And he says, which one were you leaving from, perchance?
I'm believing it's the north gate.
He nods and goes, in that case I'll make sure to have my guards at the north gate waiting for you.
And I shall be seeing them after theatre and possibly after the dining.
Now, are you misleading him deliberately?
Yes.
Cool. That's fine.
Roll for that then.
I mean, it really just depends on if he cares whether or not Noah works this out or not.
Do you want me to roll deception? Or?
So, again, my statement stands. You can roll deception if you care if Noah works it out or not.
Meh.
If you don't want it, that's fine. I'm happy to not.
I'm happy to not, because I'm believing he's believing Adhair.
Yeah,
so.
Sure. That's fine by me, yeah. All the other players snap teeth as they grit. What are you doing, man? Yeah, so he just kind of like goes back to kind of like looking out of the window again, and then Glint says, "Are you coming to the wedding?"
Adhair kind of looks towards, as if Lady Thaki, if that was being addressed to her or him.
Oh no, definitely you.
I am believing that after I have done the job your brother has employed me for, that is my time here in the Evershide's done.
And she goes, "Oh, that's a shame. What if he came as my guest?"
Adhair would kind of look towards Lady Thaki to see what her reaction is to that.
She's done that thing where she's pulled her head back ever so slightly to allow you to have this conversation.
For God's sake, woman.
You know, like somebody that, you sit down with your friend and you've got your other half there, and then they have a dog and you love dogs, but your partner hates dogs. And the dogs come over to see you. That's the reaction the partner has had. There you go. So Thaki's just doing a thing where she's like, I would like to be anywhere else right now.
Cool. Oh, madame, I am surprised you do not have someone already to attend wedding with you.
She gives you like a strange look. Why would I? She says like a
lady
smile and an
officer.
open mouth and just like wonderment.
Oh, now do not be telling me that your brother is keeping all the suitors away from you. He's saying jokingly, you know.
Aha, yeah.
Oh my. This is all going so well.
This is the content we expected from this evening.
Oh yes.
This is a 4-session, probably an 8-session build-up, I think this has been. So yeah.
I'm not even going to make it to the theatre, am I?
No, the carriage is going to explode as it pulls into the parking lot.
Ah!
The concept of a parking lot.
Underground parking.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be a high-rise, let's face it. Bats would get you. Those are the valet service. Anyway.
Wolf fillet service.
Yeah. And yeah, so I think Glenn's still looking at you as if he doesn't really get what you mean, even though you've kind of tried to make that joke about keeping the sitters away. I think Noah's still like staring at the window, like wrapping his. See, like the way somebody would play with their hair with their finger. He's doing that with the curtain of the carriage, and then he kind of just half says it to the carriage in general, while still staring at the window. Who exactly do you think would be suitable for someone like my sister's status? And then he slowly turns his head and looks at you.
Well, this is not for me to say, but I am thinking that a lonely worker such as myself is not that type of person. As he's looking to just Noah now, but smiling.
Yeah, and I think Glint does that thing where she like dips her head in between the two of you to get your attention back to her, and she says, "But you're not just a worker, though, are you?"
How do you mean?
And she looks to her her brother as if, what? And then looks back at you, and then says, "You're of the old blood."
Ah, you are referring to my color. I am so surprised that the people of the Evershades are so fond of the Genesi peoples.
Noah just exhales very curtly and looks back out the window, and Glint just eagerly drinking in everything you're saying. He goes, "Well, the Genasi were here before everybody else. Doesn't that fascinate you?"
I believe it would, but unfortunately I'm not one who is knowing much of my heritage.
And she kind of takes a second with that, and then goes, "Well, what if we found out together?"
This would certainly be of my interest.
In the bin, Colin. Just in the bin. So, she says, "Well, that's settled in. You'll both be my guests at the wedding, and then once all the frill is out the way, we can get started." And she just smiles eagerly at both of you, and then pats both your hands that are held.
This is most good news.
And then she sits back excitedly on her seat, as if wriggling to get comfy again. And she goes, "Noah, did you hear?" And he goes, "Yes, Flint." "How wonderful," he says as he looks at her briefly, and then smiles at you again. Adhair and goes, "Definitely looking forward to seeing the products of your work." And then looks back out the window as the camera zooms away as it trundles on. If we could only get the inner monologue of Lady Thacky right now.
No, bloody hell.
That's available for $15.99 on the DLC Unlockable. Yeah, if she could fold into another reality, she would. Yep. Oh dear. I don't even have any gifts specifically prepared for just Thacky other than Eva Green herself.
I always forget.
Yeah. Thacky, Eva Green Thacky. But for legal reasons, no.
No.
Despite the fact Adhair remembers.
What One of those people that I have heard of simply because a lot of people fancy her. I don't think I've ever seen a film she's in.
She's got a really good
That's
voice.
insane.
Got a really good voice. I don't know. She was in Sin City. She might have been. She was
It
in
looked like Sin City, that GIF. What is that? GIF from?
302. She was in.
Oh, is that it?
No, that won't be from that.
It was in
And,
the
I
Super
don't
Bowl.
know. I could see there
Yeah.
being glass windows in 300. It's not exactly accurate.
no, she was in that. She was in Penny Dreadful, which was very good. Yeah, but she's pretty much playing the character from Penny Dreadful in this game. To be fair, only
Penny Dreadful would be a good punk name.
right. Meanwhile, we flash all the way back over to the heist gang. We have Fleabite in a tree, and we have Cass and Warren Canty and Vanger on some stairs at the other side of a big portrait looking into a bedroom. What's the plan, guys?
Now, can we all see in?
Can you all see what?
Can we all see in?
I mean, there's two eye holes, right?
Right.
So you're gonna take in
am-
turns.
Because I would think, I think the first approach, I don't know, but certainly I would have been first in. So I think I would step back from it and gesture incredulously to whoever was next in line to look in.
Yeah, and let's just assume
I'll be damned.
Warren Canty takes his look and then steps back and like puts his hand over his mouth, like trying to stifle the thoughts he's trying not to just vomit out.
This is a weird thing, right?
And then
Yeah, probably.
Cass steps up. You see what you see through the portrait, and then you also maybe you all go back downstairs to the kitchen, like the abandoned kitchen area.
Blue eyes.
Or Vanger standing there over a dusty cup, waiting on the rest to turn up.
Well, ain't that a sight?
Canty's like, what does this mean? As he whispers.
Can't be in good.
I mean, I think we all know what it means.
Also, Colin, if you whisper, we actually can't hear you that well, so
Oh,
and we
sorry.
just have to say, I whisper this dialogue.
Maybe I move my mic slightly closer to my mouth. That just means you're going to get more breathing, probably. But anyway, yes, he's like, he's just sort of whispering, oh, nothing good, you know.
And Canty says, why the wedding?
Well, surely they have. He can't marry her.
Gotta keep that bloodline pure, right?
I think
Oh,
Warren just looks at you, Cass, like, oh.
except. Wait, now hold on. Out of character, did I discuss what we discovered with Warren? I'm sure I discussed it with the other folks.
I don't think so. No,
I know.
I don't think so. If you want to have, you could have, but it's
I think
probably
we'll do it now.
yeah. I think it's better to do it now.
Except that they're not who we think they are.
He snaps from looking horrified at Cass's comments to looking horrified at your comments.
The,
Oh.
the family tree, I consulted in the library, it was in Primordial, but the oldest version states that the last heir of the family was neither Noah nor Glint, but Charleston. They don't appear in it.
He's like,
They're added to later ones.
isn't that one of their servants?
It is the name of one of their servants, aye. The only one that we had much meeting with. Seems to be the head of the household in terms of the household staff, that is, I should say.
He looks like his worlds fell apart a little bit. Like his confidence in the plan is gone. Because he's obviously like, what do you even do with this information?
If these people are interlopers, they might not be brother and sister at all.
He's like his eyes are clearly searching like the floor and like the dusty counter, and you know, just they're searching. Full stop. He's not saying anything other than just his eyes moving rapidly.
The wedding, presumably, a ruse.
Then what would become of my sister in that case?
It is troubling.
His hand is very, very like, if it was, a right hand drawer for his sword, his left hand is very tightly gripped on his scabbard right now. To the point where you can see it going white.
What? The plan stays the same, right? Pat him on the back.
Also, yes, to our wonderful potential new player. No, we do not ship it.
The Coca-Cola kitty.
Well, you don't.
Welcome to this.
Imagine I got that wrong and it wasn't who I thought it was. Imagine. And then they're like, "Yay, I get to join." And you come? Why not?
I mean, that's how it works. But if Ryan says it in stream, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think a sort of gesture to his arm for his. What's that? It's not like a gauntlet, is it? It's like a
Racer.
bracer. Thank you.
Mhm.
Where is it indicating?
It kind of just like vaguely points up in the direction that you came from, but that's also just because that's the direction of what you could assume from the outside would be the bedrooms.
The way through.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to pass through? Sorry, out of character. Do we have to pass through that room?
That seems to be the only way in and out of this place.
Hmm.
As if that might have been a door once upon a time, and it's been like buried over by this weird portrait. I've also decided the portrait definitely had 4 eye holes because it's funnier to have 2 people looking at a time. And the third face can go up and look through. Well, yeah, 2 people can look through it, and then like the third person can look through the the middle 2 eyes. That's a funnier visual. But yeah, like Warren then goes, it kind of like almost like kind of like grabs his wrist, because it's on like his left arm, and kind of like grabs his wrist with his right hand, as if remembering why he's here. And he goes, "We have to go up, unfortunately. I believe if she was being held in some kind of respectable condition, they will hopefully have given her a room." Indicating that obviously you've just looked at a bedroom, so assumedly the bedrooms will be together.
Well, I'm ready to go when you are. Just say the word.
He looks at you like, what? And like, almost exasperated, and then goes, "You mean to barge into that?"
I mean, you'd be sneaking through.
And he just looks at you like, what? He's caught somewhere between horrified and rude, right? Definitely caught between those feelings, if you will. Because obviously, to leave the room you're in, to go further into the house, you'd need to move that picture out the way and then go into that room.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because that picture is in that room. And that room seems occupied currently.
So we just have to wait.
That's horrific, isn't it? But like, Warren just doesn't, like, he looks like he's lost all forms of direction of the plan. So it's not like it's going to take much for you to suggest a plan a little more solid than his currently. And it's kind of all on you right now until Colin fixes internet. So
I mean, because this is the only exit other than to go back outside.
Yeah, because this was this was the secret entrance you found, right? Which seems to be like old abandoned quarters that seem to have been covered up.
This was an old staff entrance.
Yeah,
that led directly to a room.
Yep. It doesn't have a door; it has a portrait covering it. Yeah, right. Odd that.
Can you see who the artist is?
The creator.
This isn't necessarily von Ruden art, so no, he means artist. Oh dear.
I imagine we're just waiting for them to finish up.
Interesting. Flame night outside in the tree. Any plans? Any things you wish to do, or
I mean, I very much imagine this is sort of what Cleveland is doing. Like
Yeah.
staying low down and flat against the tree. You know, like how rats and other rodents do that, where they do just sort of flatten against things. Sort of that, and then with his little claws around his eyes and looking around, trying to keep an eye out on everything.
Yep, super sneaky rat. Okay, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think I'd say at least a good 10 minutes pass, right? Of Warren looking horrified more and more, and like pacing up and down, gripping like his scabbard more and more. And then you've got
I'd be occasionally looking through the portrait.
okay, right. You're gonna be just staring. Okay.
Yeah. Wes is kind of getting a kick out of this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we found your genre. Yep. I wouldn't say it's been anything but graphic, to be honest. Yeah, to be perfectly bold.
Colin needs to be here because Cass is gonna start like fucking with Warren at this point. Like, oh, they're really going at it.
Are you really going to be saying that from the portrait?
Yeah, but not from the portrait.
Okay.
And probably in a way.
I love the idea that you've got Cass looking through the portrait of what's going on, runs downstairs. Oh my god, runs back upstairs.
Gameplay.
Oh dear. Blow by blow, if you will. Yeah. Ugh. Oh dear. Just, oh dear. In general. Also, there's no good stealth rat pictures. I'm going to just put that out there.
Apologies.
That's okay, welcome back. What you've missed so far, purely, is the fact that Warren's been pacing up and down for 10 minutes, getting more agitated because their plan was just to wait it out. And Cass has been running up and down the stairs looking through the portrait, watching the whole thing unfold, and I described it as nothing short of graphic. And yeah, Cass has been coming back downstairs to relay to Warren, oh my god. Just to wind him up, it seems.
Distraction. I caught a tiny bit of it.
It's okay. What does Vanguard do through
your
the time?
internet has been a little unstable.
Let's use the time we have then. Well, what does Vanguard do for the 10 minutes of waiting?
Having a thought. Now, maybe I could use my cat form to create a distraction, but then a cat suddenly bursting through the painting is probably going to cause more attention to be drawn to the painting.
Yes.
Does it look like there's anywhere like that I could get into the walls, say?
As Vanguard, no.
No, yeah, but as a cat. Is that a perception roll?
I think you'd need to be smaller than a cat, and I know cats can go through pretty small spaces.
Oh yeah, they're buggers.
Yeah, but like anything that could go through the walls would probably be able to go through the eye holes just as easily.
Yeah, so it's.
I will state though, things you are aware of, right? This painting clearly is on hinges, right? You can see it because it's on your side, right, where they're hidden. It might just be difficult to tell from the other side. Which means you probably could get in and close the painting over, depending on how...
Well, the hinges aren't oiled.
Yeah, okay, let's go with that.
Okay, here's an idea. How many... You can make 2 people invisible, right? Cass...
Cass, no, and Warren can stick to the walls and the roof.
Yeah, okay. Well, my thinking was this. How long can you stay invisible? Not invincible.
An hour.
An hour, okay. What if you go invisible, the two of you, push open the thing, a little cat wanders through and starts mewing, distracts them while you sneak in further into the house.
Works for me.
I mean, I will say that two people in the throes of passion, shall I phrase it, may be at certain intervals distracted from even a painting opening on a wall for a brief moment, enough to allow people to get into a room while invisible
That is
and or
always how
cat.
it works in the slasher films, yeah.
And comedies and romantic entanglement movies. So yeah. So if you time it well enough, you could just get into the room.
If we time it using the rhythm method.
Yes.
Oh
Wait
dear.
for the good part.
Oh dear. So
Listen, you chose to make this scene, Ryan.
yep,
You
and here we
do.
are, and here we are. So I'm just giving you options. You can have two people invisible and one person like a cat, and you could all just get into the room. But then where do you go from there? Because then you assumedly there'll be doors to get out of the room. So I do love the very Harry Potter style visuals of just a painting opening, people like sneaking out and a cat going, painting closing, step, step, step on the rug, the door's just opening, cat goes out, two people bump into each other invisible, and then they eventually get out and close the door. All the whilst the throes of passion remain undisturbed.
You could annoy the participants enough until they shoo you out of the room.
But would they not try and shoo me outside rather than into the house?
I guess through like the window, yeah.
Wow.
Or fire bolt you into.
Well, I say we
I'm
go
not
for
getting health points. That's true. We don't know what they're capable of.
Wait,
stealthy voyeur approach.
am I allowed to chip in? Like,
Yeah,
does
like-
Fleabag have like a blow dart gun and was sleeping?
That's not with
Yeah, but
Oh.
we need to communicate with him. He's outside.
Oh, he's outside.
He can see it too.
From the tree.
Ah,
Mm-hmm. So, what's the thoughts, guys? What's the plan?
No, I like sneaking through as an invisibles.
You know what? Yeah,
Let's go.
I'll be a cat again then. I will mark off a use of wild shape.
'Kay.
Nothing wilder than a kitty cat.
Mm-hmm.
And I will press it to know that it has been used.
Yeah.
Ah,
I'll look towards
I forgot that was like 19.
Yeah, the essay.
I'll look towards Warren and put my hand on his shoulder and say, "You ready?" And then snap my fingers.
He just says no. Like shaking his head.
And I don't care.
Yeah, and then do you want to cast your spell in the chat for me? And it's upcast, isn't it? So
Yes.
make sure you mark off the correct spell slot.
3.
And now
Just
I
done.
think this is officially Yumi using one of your abilities, isn't it? That isn't a racial ability. Yeah.
Yes. It is exciting.
Mm-hmm. Look at you, join the game. Yeah. So, are you pushing the picture open then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The invisibles will go out first.
So no, I need
And then the
stealth rolls from everybody for this because it's a group stealth. Which
You get like
means,
advantage since we're invisible.
I mean, no. What you get is the fact that if you make a noise, they don't see anything, right? Because you're invisible. The fact that you're rolling the stealth to get into the room and out of the room without making too much of a fuss, right? The being invisible is a nice bonus. It doesn't stop you making noise. Make sense? I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I get normal for this because I would have. No, I don't get. I'm cashing in.
Okay, it's fine. You go through the throws. I'm going to work out what Warren Canties is. As ain't so good. I'll go approve that for you.
I will be holding his hand so that like we know where each other are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Somebody stands on your tail, maybe?
Well, it is invisible.
Let's see.
Well, I'm not invisible. They are.
So
Yeah,
they don't know where their
but-
feet are. Okay. The worst thing is, I think he has disadvantage on his because he's wearing ring mail. I need to go look that up quickly to see if that is a...
Oh no.
Yeah, right. I don't even know if it's on the GM screen. Why did I pick you up and not just the player handbook? Anybody know offhand? The armor?
Is it ring mail or chain mail?
It's
you
ring
wanted?
mail. He's wearing.
Ooh. Ring.
Okay, it's definitely not on that. That was a stupid thing to grab.
It's only heavy armor that does the disadvantage, right?
It was my GM way of saying, 1 moment, please.
That's
Heavy
disadvantage.
rings, disadvantage. Yep, on stealth.
Okay,
Checks.
okay.
Woo! This is gonna be fun.
I was worried this wouldn't turn into a farce.
Okay, so that's interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a wisdom, wisdom save, right? I'm going to do a wisdom save to see if he thought bringing his armor or not was a good idea. Because sneaking in, right, versus getting caught, it has you guys. So we're going to see, and I think it's going to be a 12, a DC 12, right? I think that's reasonable. DC 12. If he gets it or higher, he was smart enough to not bring his armor. Otherwise, he wasn't confident enough. And he's wearing his armor under his, I look like a servant. That's reasonable. Because this guy isn't dumb.
Yeah.
He just can be.
Oh my god.
And he was
He
Just
was-
that roll.
Oh, he has a +4 to his wisdom save as well. Fucking Warren. What are you doing to us? Cantor Belem would have passed that. So yeah, so he's wearing his armor. So this is a disadvantage roll. Doesn't have a skill in stealth. Oh, yeah, exactly. Coca-Cola. Exactly. He feels naked without his armor. Okay, let's
being
see.
too stressed out by the plan
Now,
to not think about it.
is anyone interested in buying him advantage?
Yes, I am. Give me a second.
No worries, it's purely just to cancel his disadvantage.
Maybe I'll just like whisper some words of encouragement before we go and
Perfect. Look at you, GM Cole.
give him some bardic inspiration.
Oh. So, I don't think you can do that while invisible without breaking invisibility. I'm not sure.
You can't speak while invisible? Or, because it's concentration. I see what you're saying.
Is it concentration? I don't think.
Invisible? Yeah.
Is bardic inspiration concentration?
No.
I was gonna say I don't think it is. That would be horror. Whoa, what a way to balance bards! Actually, there you go. Now we're talking. Actually balancing them. Right, so a creature you touch becomes invisible until the spell ends. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the person. Ends if you attack or cast a spell. No, that's fine.
Okay.
This is not an attack or a spell, which is lucky. Bonus action.
Yeah, and it does say that can hear you. So if you were close by and you whispered, they can still hear you.
Mm-hmm.
You got this, buddy. You can do it.
Just get right close to the microphone.
Oh dear, that's some ASMR with some bad audio. What's going on?
More like ASMR.
Oh dear. Okay, right.
Yeah, I know.
Oh dear.
I know.
Okay, so I've got a D8 to roll on top of whatever I get for this normal roll now, right? Thanks to Colin. So it's a dex roll.
Yay. Yes, indeed.
Wabam. Oh. I mean, I think he should just keep his bardic inspiration, to be honest. What do you think, gang? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he did better than the cat, so yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's the scene. The scene is now, you guys managed to get into the room, okay, and you make for the door to get out. Obviously, we'll have the two invisible people take the lead as best they can versus the cat's ability to track them while invisible. And we'll have yous open the door because it'd be funny watching Colin deal with that as a cat. Per Vanger. And
Reversing. You ever watched a cat reverse? They do that when you open doors.
And yeah, we've got the door being fused with. Now, tell us, Vanger, what happens that causes you to get a 6 on your stealth roll?
Because they are invisible, even for a cat, who can sort of see in a different spectrum than us, they're not really visible. And their sense of smell and hearing is quite acute, of course, but it's not sufficiently acute that you can tell 2 inches away from 1 inch away.
Yeah, it's not echolocation.
So what essentially happens is he probably clambers directly into somebody's feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then yelps.
Yeah, there's a natural cat noise reaction.
Sort of thing.
Yeah. So, I think with that, the two entangled on the bed cease, if you will. And Glint sits up and goes, oh, look, a kitty!
God.
Mm-hmm.
I will screech again and then start running circles around the room.
Okay. What is the other two doing in this moment of panic?
Hurrying.
So you're going to head into the hallway?
Yes.
With Canty, since you're attached. So, okay, yeah.
Distraction in place.
And what's your plan, Vanger? Beyond running around the room wild, because, okay.
Is the door, is the way we came completely closed now?
The portrait's sealed over. Yeah, you've closed that. I assume you wanted to, given the stealth nature of this plan. So that's closed. And the door to the room's open, because that's how the two left.
Okay, I'll run through the door to the room.
Okay. Can you make a dex save?
Well...
Saves are almost always better than checks.
It would be nice if I had some sort of advantage here.
Look at that.
I'd like to give.
Thank you.
Let me approve all
Much
this.
appreciated.
Yep.
A dex roll. This should be okay, I hope. Hey!
No. I said a dex save, right? Do you not have a save as a cat?
Save? No.
Let me have a look on the cat sheet.
I don't think so, anyway.
You do. No, good, that's fine. You get to keep that roll.
Hey!
Yeah. Yeah. So, Glint leaps off the bed for you.
Oh god. Yeah, I thought that might happen.
Yeah. And you make it out
Hold
the
up
door.
with naked Glint.
Yeah. Luckily, there's like flying, bed covers and bed posts and furniture always positioned perfectly. The modesty is always intact. It's always intact. So, yeah. And then we just have the shot of Glint breathing heavily, kind of lying haphazard on the floor. She goes back up to the bed and goes, "It's been so long since we've had a cat." And just looks, draggled with her hair all over her face. And then we cut to you three. Where are you going?
Well, my cover's kind of blown, so I think my thought is to try and effect a quick escape, personally. But,
You could just be a cat.
I mean, a cat. Not long.
At this point, I'd tug on Canty's hand for him to lead the way.
Okay, yep. So you just have this
Obviously.
awkward moment of him moving across you physically, so you know he's stepped in front of you.
Yep.
Brushing you in everything but action, so as not to break invisibility. And Yeah, now you have swapped sides, as it were. And he's about to take the lead. You just hear the whisper of, that was quick thinking, Vanker. That's he is nodding, but he obviously has no clue that you can't see that. And then your hand gets tugged, Cass, as you invisibly get led down the way, and yeah, like Warren is stepping on the rug in the middle of the floor. So Vanger, as long as you're paying attention, you'll be able to see the
Yep, I was
indents
just about
on
to ask how easy it is to follow.
You can see the indents on the rug. Okay, so now
Making it through this.
oh my god. We have got a lot further, a lot quicker than I imagined, right?
Yeah, this is going
like-
not too badly.
It's still going. That's the important
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. So Fleabite, you obviously seen this since you've been paying attention. So you see that picture open on the wall of the wonderful couple. It seemed to be like the old-fashioned portrait of two lord, like a lord and a lady, and that swings open. A cat pops out. It swings itself closed, and then the cat smashes its face into something, and then just runs around the room very briefly, and then out of the door as Glint chases it. And it's probably not a million miles away from what you probably expected.
Just like Fleabite pinching the bridge of his nose, like amateurs.
The trick is to get the tucks first, then leave. So yeah, we have that scene. Anything else from Fleabite outside?
I think Fleabite will keep his eye. What's the distance between the tree and the window?
With a rope. Bridgeable. There's a whole say. Probably not jumpable.
Challenge accepted.
Just a rat hits off the window and slides down as a distraction.
I mean, if you need inspiration, I suddenly am very aware I can give out as much as needed.
Hi, there's nothing wrong with you sitting watching us every week to save it up, buddy. For
Yeah,
your return,
that's true.
Your glorious, inspired return.
One day.
Fleabite's going to try and keep an eye through the windows, but obviously, like, there's only a limited amount you'll be able to see. But he's going to try and keep an eye on whatever that level of window is.
Sure, yeah. Oh dear.
Does he notice Glint leave the room as well?
No.
Okay.
What you notice is them two going back to bed.
Right.
Yeah.
Does anyone see the other person?
Yeah, I think they've all seen the other person.
So it's Glint and anyone we know?
You don't know.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know in the meta, they have all seen Noah and Glint in bed together.
Welcome to the rest of us.
Yeah. We all decided to specifically not obviously state these facts to see how long it took you. But yes, purely in the meta, of course. Again, you need to work on that group telepathy. But yes, so does the group want to give me some kind of I guess, investigation or perception? It depends how you want to go about the searching of the place, because obviously you're going to have it easier than normal because his bangle's going to give you some form of direction. So, and yeah, obviously, if you go by smell, sadly you don't have anything to smell. If we'd actually all thought about the fact that the cats have a good sense of smell, he could have maybe had something of Sarah's with him.
Yeah, that would have been handy.
I know, I didn't even think of that, to be honest.
But I'll tell you what the smell is useful for: detecting the proximity of people. So I'll use it as like an alarm.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to give me just a perception roll just now then? It'll just be normal because you don't have disadvantage.
Perception.
Yeah. Remember, I think you and the cat had the same stat, so...
Yeah, hold on.
Remember though, you can't benefit from advantage twice.
Oh, but it wouldn't be. It would be generic, right? So it wouldn't get advantage.
No. The
So
cat
just
has
like-
advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on smell. You can't get double advantage.
I thought you said it was just a generic wisdom.
Yeah, because of the advantage from the perception of smell.
I was factoring the fact that you're a
Right.
cat and have a keen sense of smell already.
Okay.
Yep.
And then in which case it would be normal. Okay, I'm
Yes.
fine with that. Ignore that. Reject
I mean,
it if you wish.
Or just remember it's
Or use it later.
inspiration. So yeah, do you want me to just keep it and you have inspiration already?
Yeah, I'll keep it because no doubt I will be requesting it again here.
So I'll just complete that. There you
right.
go.
So
Tick inspiration on your sheet. A little dragon at the top left.
Yep. 1 sec. I tick dragon.
Cool. And
Yeah. So roll whiz on cat.
you have a skill that you can just push, by the way.
Wait, is it wisdom? Oh wait, can I use my?
Your perception
Wisdom.
is so it's the skill, right? So see on the cat sheet you've got perception +3. That is the same
Yeah.
as what you're rolling, is it not?
Yeah,
Anyway.
that's right. We
Yeah.
discovered that last time.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, that's fine. That just means that you're probably not going to notice somebody straight away. Right. As for the other two, Cass, right? So obviously Warren's contribution is the fact that this is probably going to have advantage. So for he is helping, but
So advantage perception.
depends. Are you going to use perception or are you going to investigate? How do you plan on leading this? Because you are the PC, and I'm not going to lead this scene as an NPC.
I guess yeah, I'd just be keeping an eye out with perception
Okay, for what? Talk me through it.
for any staff that are walking through,
Okay.
and then if there are, I'll, as best as I can, like pull him to the side so that we like are flat against the wall and let them walk past us.
Now, your cat's keeping edgy for you, right? Is the phrase, right? So
Oh wow, I've not heard that in years.
yeah,
I have no idea what that means.
it means the cat's keeping a watch.
Watch.
For
Yeah.
Yep. So your job with Warren is to find his sister, which is why you're getting advantage because of the bangle.
Yeah.
You're not getting advantage to notice staff members.
Oh, I see. So we're
Arguably, the fact that your entire eye isn't able to reflect light because it's invisible would mean you'd be blind right now. So let's not get into that. Okay, so
Magic.
yeah, it's all magic, all the way down. So this would be to help find Sarah, which is why I
Okay.
was saying investigate or perception.
I see. But I would much prefer perception.
Okay, then use that then.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So
So this is for us to find the room.
yeah, like any obvious signs that places where she might be kept, etc. And yeah, I think it gets to the point where you see the like there are definitely staff that come and go because there's a lot of new staff coming on board. So you've got people being like led to different places and things are being pointed out, and you guys obviously, including the cat, all just hug walls and whatever to try and stay out of their brush range, as it were. But I think maybe a good 15 minutes later from the the encounter at the bedroom, you've got he's come along some clearly fancy rooms that easily could be guest rooms, because if you left like the family wing, you could clearly be at something equally as fancy that could be the guest wing of the house. And yeah, you come across a bedroom door that's locked.
Shit. None of us considered the idea that she could be locked in a room.
I mean, I don't know how we would go about getting a key if she were, because we would have to first establish that they had her under a lock and key, and then I don't know how we can go about doing that. Like, just go, hey, so Johnny Servant, how about that lady they're keeping locked up? Hey, ain't that funny business? I don't see how we do that without raising massive suspicions. So, like, I feel like this is kind of inevitable. Let's just fucking break it down.
I'd say knock on the door and see if someone actually unlocks it from the inside and opens it. You're invisible.
And then finds a little cat and goes,
Yeah.
who?
That
Let
cat
the
knocked
cat
the door.
Alright, that actually sounds like a good idea. I shall knock on the door.
You see, Dylan, sometimes players are their own worst enemies, you know? Okay, so you knock on the door, yeah. Luckily, this is a free action. It isn't actually, I think it's part of a move action. Or part of your move, sorry, is to like interact with shit like doors.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, dumb 5e knowledge.
Yeah.
Not if ringmail causes disadvantage or any shit like that. Just about interacting with doors. Everyday stuff, you know. Yeah, like there's some movement behind the door, obviously. And then you hear a female voice saying, "Who is it?"
Oh, we want.
Yeah, so this is I'm gonna put in the player agency pause, right? Because obviously, if Warren recognizes sister's voice, he will probably throw caution to the wind, right?
Yeah.
So this is the player agency pause here, where you decide if you want to take the lead on this, or let him. Because you won't know if he just stays quiet, or if he then decides to Lancelot down the door, grab her, grapple hook out the nearest window, scream freedom. I don't know. Like, well, the mysteries are left to the future.
Okay. What does Cass think? Vanger is currently a cat and can't really reply. But I would be inclined to say something quickly and then see if Warren starts to get worked up.
Room keeping.
Maybe housekeeping, yeah.
Yeah, housekeeping. Yeah, room service is what I was thinking of. But
I mean, it might even be worth just
like
name.
in the best servant voice I can say, like, we have some food for you.
And then I think like that maybe keeps Warren a bit stum, quiet, you know? And yeah. You can clearly like feel him like motioning, like I guess he tugs your hand so that you step forward, I guess, to take the lead, the, you know, generic indication of please take this. And you hear the voice sing, "Oh, I didn't realize food was being sent." And then there's a thunk of the door being unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
And then the door opens and a woman's face looks out. Imagine it was a glint, that'd be fucking trippy.
There's three of them!
I would just be cleaning my paws.
And like she looks out and then like looks confused and like looks down at the cat. And she just gives you the weirdest look like, no.
Is there room to sneak by her? Like, did she open up the door all the way, or did she just like stick her head out?
You could try and sleight a hand it, but remember you've got a guy that can't really sneak and tow.
That's fine. We don't need to sneak from her, you know?
Okay.
Like, I don't want to, like, is anyone else around? I guess I should have asked that.
Nobody you can see right now, but there are still staff moving around the house in general.
Yeah.
So like it's not like the place is empty. You could like walk around a corner and see like 10 people, right? It's there's a lot of staff being brought in.
Yeah, probably be wise to get in quick.
Ugh. I don't know the best way to do this.
When's that ever stopped us?
Let Warren speak to her, maybe?
Yeah. I'll tug on his hand now.
Then he says, "Sarah, it's me." And then she screams. And that's where we go to break.
Ooh.
Dun dun dun. Let's get us on to the break screen. We'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. BRBs. Hopefully the audio is still working. Is good. We're back to the invasion. I think we're back on the invasion at least. Maybe. That's that plot of this game, right? Anyway, it's session 41, and it's part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It is the 10th of March, 2021. Have a Super Mario Day.
How dare you steal that joke?
Here are the players.
Hi, my name's Gregor. I play Adhair. Alas, this might be the last time you see or hear Adhair for a while. But yes, he is an Air Genasi. So happy Genasi Day, everyone, because
Happy Genasi Day.
I can make up my own as well. So yeah, happy Air Genasi Day. Let's make sure there's 4 holidays for the Genasi.
Wow, you're really into the abolition of the Genasi history you were? There were 5 Genasi, but okay.
Yeah.
There's only one now. Red Genasi. Hello.
Genasi.
Sorry, let's try that again. Dylan.
Welcome back, everyone. My name's Dylan, playing Cass, the invisible changeling.
Almost makes the
Who's
changeling part
normally
pointless,
human.
doesn't it? Almost makes the changeling part pointless now.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the ideas I had, actually continue with the introduction. I'll be back.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, the rat on the roof.
Better than the rats in the walls. Hello, I am Colin. Tonight I will be playing Vanger, as I have done in previous nights. Currently in the form of Cat. He is usually more of a clericy druidy dwarf man person guy. Happy Crash Bandicoot Day. Good night.
Coincidentally, that was the last of Colin we were ever going to hear again too. Okay, Dylan, hit us up with your invisible changeling idea, where you lead people and go, you can't tell right now, but I look like you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna turn into Stobert, like when she asked who it was, and then answer as Stobert. But I was like, there's no explanation as to how I would be, like, a female would suddenly answer with an old servant's voice.
I mean, you've already made somebody invisible with magic, right? And this is somebody that can now
Yeah, I
stick to
guess.
walls, so, you know. Also, Fleabite,
Why
that's for
not?
an hour, right? The sticky walls thing, right?
Sorry?
Is the sticky walls thing for an hour?
Yes.
If that's the case, it's probably worn off by now.
So we had to wait.
Because remember, the cat wore off for Vanger's sleuthing.
Yeah.
That was his first sleuthing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is also, you know, it's been. That was an hour timer for that, and
It's been.
And you give him spider climb when he left the tree. So, yeah.
How many cat forms can you do?
He's this is now his second cat form that he's 15 minutes into.
Just because he did the first cat form when he scouted around and then came back.
Yeah.
And he went away, and that was when the thing was applied. So I'm very much agreeing that it can still be an hour.
I'm telling you, it has been an hour. There wasn't really a discussion there. There was mostly me telling you, doesn't have it anymore. Just for clarity, but it was good to be reminded that he did have it at one point where he could have stuck to walls. He definitely used it well to get down the tree. Probably awkwardly, right? Because I feel like if I was prepared to climb a tree and then somebody said, oh, you can just walk up it or down it, that'd be weirder to get used to, despite the convenience. But no, that's now fallen off. Because remember, there was the viewing, there was the discussions in the kitchen area, as well as the hacking through the brambles, and then the subsequent running through the house, and now there's the confrontation with the sister, blah 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 blah. But anyway.
You're saying a short rest is in order.
I mean, arguably, you can keep watch on a short rest, right? So, if you wanted to just short rest up in the tree.
If there's nothing else going on, then, and it's not impinging after that hour of concentration has worn off, then I feel like, why not?
Yeah, I feel like you may as well, right? So, feel free to start your timer as of 15 minutes ago, probably.
Yeah.
We'll just keep it in line with Colin's current cat timer. So, yeah. Because unless something happens where you need to take actions that are strenuous in some way, that breach light activity, then yeah, I think we're good. So
Getting back 50% of spells.
yeah, this is one of the few times being a warlock is nice. Actually, when you go, so this is like an hour where I can just recharge, right? Good.
Plugging my phone into the wall.
Or the tree in this case. Yeah. To be fair though, this is one of those things where unless your GM balances short rests and long rests, which a lot just focus on long rests, then warlocks are quite redundant. Like, because they're very underpowered if the short rest mechanic isn't actually used. So, yeah, like I would never instinctively play a warlock because of that reason. Because I'm like, are you aware that warlocks need short rests and I will be asking for one every possible time I've used a spell? Okay, just so we're on the same page, Mr. GM.
Because I did ask about that, sort of how many times you can do it, because I did wonder about doing spells like in the city and then trying to get a short rest in before coming out to here. But in the end, I didn't need it.
It all depends on what constitutes light activity for the short rest mechanic, right?
Depends what the definition of is.
Or Izazith. So, speaking of Izazith, let's go to the theatre.
Dun, dun, dun. Pressure's on.
So, the carriage trundles through the city. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up topic-wise in the carriage on the way there? Because if not,
Oh, God, no.
you'll be at the beautiful theatre house.
I mean, I guess he would be
Ask him
making.
about his sister.
I mean, I'd love to turn to Lady Thakei and be like, "So, why are you librarian? Tell me."
Tell me.
But no. I mean, I could, but I feel I wouldn't get an answer because of who's in the carriage. So, yeah, I'm just gonna be making small talk about the wedding, maybe like how many guests are coming, all this kind of stuff. Oh, because Adhair does know Richter. Is Richter taking date? Do you know? Is it his mom?
Do you actually say that?
What an awful joke.
Like, does
Not
it?
the mom, but
Okay.
Adhair was
Oh my god. So close to Mother's Day in the UK as well.
Oh, that's shit. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
Oof.
Forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Wow. Well, you're a monster. I know, right?
Hey, They didn't
Um,
even get me a Christmas present.
So, meanwhile,
Yes.
in the conversation that actually happened, what do you say? Also, welcome, Siren Nishandra. You came into horrible jokes at the expense of some guy's mum who died. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Apparently, we don't know if she's dead.
Okay, so, what did you actually say to him?
So
Tell me the
yeah,
wedding
just
guests, yep.
so the wedding. I believe the person my comrade, the Richter von Rune, is word I'm not liking. He is attending wedding. Do you know is he taking date?
Yes, I was led to believe that you and King von Rune had history, as it were.
Me and Rooney, we're best friends, really.
Oh my god.
And then goes, it seems to like Noah just seems to be sitting there kind of taking it all in, and then says, please, how did that chance meeting take place?
Oh, this is a long story. I'm not sure a carriage ride is going to last this long. But without saying, he is a good man who has become a good acquaintance of mine, who I have helped in past, and he has helped me in past.
Oh, that seems to bode well, given our current arrangement for us and the future between yourself and me. And he smiles.
Adhair just smiles back.
What work did you do for King von Rune?
Oh, I'm afraid this sort of work is something that I am not at liberty to say to other people. You'd understand, as I do same for you. I do not tell everyone I'm meeting what I do for you.
I think like, he smiles and just looks out the window, pleased with himself, and Glint like pinches him. It's like, don't test him, brother. You know, like she's obviously savvy enough to realize that that was a test.
Ooh.
And
Adhair sort of thinks he realised that. Thinks after she said that. Adhair sits back and looks out the other window, just like that was a taste.
and yeah, I think Noah says, well, it seems like you'll have at least someone to talk to beyond our current company when you attend my wedding.
And I'm hoping to be making lots of friends at this wedding.
Not too many, I hope. And he just smiles.
I'm sure you will point out who to talk to and who not to, even though it is big day for you.
He smiles and he goes, I'm afraid I might be a little too caught up in my new bride.
It is true, but I'm sure that my Lady Thaki will keep me in the right, as well as, of course, the Lady Glint.
And she just claps excitedly, Glint, sitting next to her brother. And she's like, yes! Oh, it'll be wonderful. It'll be such a good day. You know, she's very, very pleased. And then I think...
Obi what?
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you heard him. And yeah, the carriage pulls into the theatre grounds, as it were. And hello there. And yeah, General Kenobi.
Couldn't help it.
Then Noah just says, as he's waiting for the people to come to open the door, that are rushing to the carriage at this point from the entrance to the theatre, says, you are looking into the other noble houses, are you not?
Well, our investigations, he's led us down many roads, and it is wise to look into everything, no?
He says, then perhaps it would please you to hear that this used to be the old Calastris estate. It gives you like white eyebrows, like, you know, where he kind of like goes, haha, I know what you're looking into. And then he gets out of the carriage as the door opens very politely, and he stands there politely and offers his hand to Glint first, and then Thaki, and then you.
I guess if he offers Adhair would take it.
Yep.
Not to be rude.
Yeah, and then
can Adhair see when he hears the news about the theatre being the old
Calastris?
No, Calastris.
Yep.
Estate. See, just as he says that, can Adhair look towards Thaki to see how she reacts to that?
Yeah, give me a wee insight.
Insight. I can do that, I think.
Let's have you roll at least once before the the last time. Hey!
Oh, that's a not one! That's a not one!
This is the perfect thing for you to roll in our last session. You go to like stand up in the carriage to take Noah's hand and you just fall through the carriage. I was going to say Flintstone style. Oh dear. So
with the news, he jumps up so quickly his head goes through the roof to look at the theatre.
I think the thing is, you go to look at her and she just like quickly looks out the window. I think is the best way to interpret that, because yeah, you ain't getting nothing from that other than want to leave this conversation quickly, please. Yeah, and then we catch up to the part where you are led in. Yeah, and obviously there are people like slowly attending. Obviously, there's people. There isn't so much a queue as such. It's not kind of like that. There are people just like clearly filing in though. So if they weren't moving, it would look like a queue, I think is the best way to phrase that. And obviously, Noah just walks past all of them. And the doors are held open for him. Him and Glint walk up. And you and...
I'd like to imagine me and Thaki are right behind.
Yeah, like you're keeping pace with them. Thaki's making sure you are. And you are led up the right stairwell as opposed to the left stairwell where everybody else has been taken. And these are
Did they take our coats and stuff upon entry, or
nope, not yet. These are then
Nope.
marching down a very fancy, again, very opulent place. It is like a big fancy country manor, if you will, or city manor, I guess, is a better way of stating that. And you're led through a big long corridor that's got nobody now except servants every 20 feet, just kind of standing waiting. And then there's big double doors that are opened up, and you essentially step into what seems like a massive hotel suite that has a massive balcony opening at the end of it, where there's a bunch of big velvet seating that looks over, and it's clearly the center, at the top, at the back of the theatre, as it were. But this place is essentially like an all-in-one house. It's got that many facilities within, and when you step inside and the doors are closed, then the servants within take your coat and your gloves and your cane and your hat and all the rest of it.
Cool.
And Noah's that used to it. This is almost like a scene from Iron Man desuiting in a later movie, that he just walks through the hustle and bustle of servants and just seems to be in less clothing. And yeah, then you all are shown to the seats. And it is very, very fancy. Very pretty. And then as you're taking your seat, Noah says...
Are there more seats for people, or is it just the 4?
They're basically big velvet couches.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could probably sit about 10 people in here, but there's just the 4 of you and then the servants.
Okay.
And they all kind of keep their backs to the wall, which is about, 30 feet away. So this isn't so much a box as a house you're looking out of. And yeah, Noah then smiles and says, "Your good friend, King Von Rune, is in attendance also." And he nods just past your eyes line. And if you turn, you can see Von Rune sitting in a booth. Alone, obviously. As much as I'd love to have put Madame Emerald in that booth with him, it was not to be. Not enough channel points exist in the world for me to do that to Von Rune. Yeah.
Has he got his mask on?
Yeah, of course he does.
He does. Cool. I've seen him without, and I was
Yeah,
wondering
indeed,
if I guess Adhair would make the gesture "good day" to you, from a distance.
He's not looking in your way. Von Rune hasn't noticed you. Put it that way. He seems to be acknowledging the stage without necessarily anything happening on it.
I think it'd be one of those awkward moments of someone is over there, and you do keep making glances over, so as when they've noticed you, you can notice them at the same time. So that's what Adhair would be doing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, looking at somebody to see if they're going to notice you. But yeah, Von Rune definitely has not changed. He just seems to be sat with his arms crossed across his chest, waiting on the festivities, as it were, to commence the production of Waro. So yeah, anything you want to bring up now? Because
see, Adhair just wants to. So, this show, I believe this is a very special one we are seeing. First time perform?
And then Thaki clears her throat and she goes, "Yes, it's limited run, indeed. Should be quite exciting, from what I hear."
Please, I have not really had chance to hear much about. Can you tell me what is the play about?
"Well, you'll see," she says quite curtly.
It's true, but I was wondering if you could, give heads up. Is it a true story, made up? Is it a horror? Do I need to get popcorn?
She looks at you "Please stop talking." And then she says, "I believe it's quite exciting, I think would be the word I would use. Yes."
It's good. This is good. Come here often?
Oh no. I interjected to say you're not allowed to say that.
Vanger appears through the time portal.
Just smacks you.
No.
I love that. No.
Totally worth it.
Oh shit.
I like
To make a slightly more sincere interjection, it might be worth asking Tanan about Taki thing. Not
I mean-
Taki, Calastris, I apologise.
Calastris, yeah. I do like Coca-Cola Kitties, you uncultured swine. How can you not know what the play is about? From Chernobyl.
I bought the tickets to purely impress a girl.
Yeah. There's one
I
empty
dare-
booth over to the right-hand side. Yeah.
I mean, you know what? Yes. Noah did bring up the aspect this was the
He brought up specifically because he'd realised you clearly were showing an interest around town.
So, Adhair would totally be like, please, can you tell me these Kieleskis? Is there more of them around?
And I think Glint corrects you and says, yes, the Calastris. Is that who you mean?
Die. It's not what I say.
And then Noah just kind of like pats her on like her arm as if, please stop. And then he kind of turns around as if he's just like, he's smiling in a, he knows if there were people with smartphones, they'd be taking pictures of him, right? So he's doing that thing where he's clearly like showing off his best angles for people that will clearly like, oh, the twin hands are in, you know? And he kind of turns around to you, smiling, and then the kind of smile kind of wears off his face like it was obviously put on for people staring at the box. Because it is designed to be seen as much as to have a good view, right?
Yes. And Adhair will constantly keep his smile on. You know, he's playing a part as well.
Yeah. 2 seconds. Yeah. The play, it's called... I'll just type this for... not at all like Zorro. Yup. I think there's meant to be 2 hours in Worrell, or perhaps 1 in Zorro. I forget, but
who knows?
Yep. That's fine.
For the sake of the legal team, it's whatever isn't.
Yes, it's the other one to the lawsuit. Oh dear. Well, it's a production though, Alexander. Right?
You.
Damn me and my callback humour to before the recording started. But yes, so Noah turns round and looks at you and he says, my apologies, and looks at you as if he didn't hear what your question was.
Sorry, the ones who were used to live here, the family, did they move away? Are they all gone now? And to give up what clearly was such a beautiful home.
Did your research not fashion you with such information?
Yet, the research we have been doing has not been in full depth. It is mainly who is here, who is not. Such information in regards to a house which is now theatre is not something that, it is not something we thought was in regards to your case.
He kind of he smiles at that, as if you've told him exactly what he wanted to hear. And he says, this is precisely how I see politics. And he looks back out over the, the theatre, and he says, take the theatre for example, and he waves a vague hand over the cheap seats down below. And he says, it's not so much a concern as to who is sitting in the seat, but merely that the seat is filled. Yes?
Adhair looks at him, keeping up the smile, but you can see it in his eyes. He's kind of like, I would kick you in the nuts if I could.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then he kind of turns back and he says, so, the Calastris were a house. I think that's the most my attention can bear. He just smiles.
They were a house, and no more. They are now all gone. But at least now we have beautiful theatre to enjoy beautiful show with beautiful ladies.
And I think Glint gleefully grabs her brother's arm and goes, see, he gets it. And then Like, Noah turns and like pats her hands that are gripping his like bicep, and then he says to her, he goes, "Yes, indeed." And he looks up at you and says, "Quite the fact that the Calastrus decline has left the city with such a gift that we can all enjoy. How wonderful."
It is important to give back to community.
He says nothing to that. Yeah.
Adair just wondered if he would.
Yeah, he says absolutely nothing to that at all. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like unless there's anything else you want to know, like that's the scene really until the play starts. And I'm not going to actually RP out a play. I'm just going to tell you that now, sadly.
I would, if I believed I could, whisper to Thaki during the play,
Okay.
so as Noah and Glenn couldn't hear. But I'd gauge it whether she is willing to talk to me during the play.
Well, it's why don't we just skip to that now? Right, let's have that conversation now, right? Yeah.
Nope. So the play is going.
Yeah, there's some plucky young hero that seems to have been trained by some kind of old swordsman.
All white.
Yeah.
All white, yeah.
Yeah.
White mask. Cool.
White mask, white outfit, big hat to hide his face. Clearly fighting against the established nobility in some kind of for the poor and downtrodden type message. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Fighting the injustices of the world. Yeah.
Well, once the play is up and running, shall we say, engage the sort of, you gauge the atmosphere and whatnot. If I can, Adair would sort of lean into Lady Thaki to be kind of like, just start it off.
And there's pyrotechnics from people using prestidigitation and other such, magic, very low level stuff, right? So it's definitely like, the term exciting was not an understatement, right? Like there definitely is a lot of pizzazz to the production.
And I would use that as the opening. Like, are you enjoying the show? Can you believe these effects? This is amazing. It's like we're there.
Yeah.
And does she respond to my bleh?
Yeah, I think as you're like saying, "Oh, that's wow! Look at this," and then she does that thing that MD does. That goes, "Yeah." Mm-hmm. But unless you're going to ask her anything direct, she's probably just going to be polite and acknowledge the fact that you're speaking to her.
I cannot help but wonder. I did not know that the theater used to be of the house of the Kalashkis. The Kalashkis. You know who I speak. Yeah. But I'm wondering, I heard on how you say Vine of Grape, your library used to be a house of nobility as well. Is this true?
Yes, it was repurposed by my house when it went empty from the Optera removal.
At the Optera's dad, this was the names we find. And your family were able to take over and turn into a library?
Yes.
Please, is this something that you have always wanted? You always want to be a librarian?
Everyone should find something that they are passionate about, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, definitely, without doubt. So you are definitely of the passion of the book.
I think in that, like, you've got behind you, you've got like the kind of white draped figure swinging from one piece of scaffolding to another piece of scaffolding. People are shaking big boards to make noises of stuff. Yep. Oh yes. And she says, "I find what's the word I'm looking for? Curation of knowledge, to be a somewhat noble pursuit."
I'm remembering.
And she says, like, she cuts you off, and she goes, "A joke."
See, I was going to be saying that a old saying was knowledge is important.
What?
And she goes,
Knowledge is important.
She goes, "Yes, quite." And she like pats you on like the arm that you're probably still holding.
If she's still holding my hand and she's still talking to me and there's an awesome play, Adair's doing good.
Yeah, fair. And she does that thing where she's patting your arm. She goes, "I think we might be missing the play."
Oh, of course. I are you okay for the beveraging? Should I perhaps be getting the beverage for everyone? Or
And she motions to like the essential buffet you have, based on the fact that the Tonans obviously have everything like catered for themselves.
So you do wish something from the buffet?
Yes.
And then Adhair would get the attention of one of the servants to start bringing stuff over.
Yeah.
Like, if he's comfortable doing that,
Mhm.
whereas no, he's not.
Yeah. And
He's
then
never actually had this power before.
and then like essentially a little trolley is wheeled around, a little dainty trolley with a whole bunch of different platters of various things. It's essentially like, this would be a feast to you guys, right? Like it's just a clear show of opulence on the Tonan's part. He definitely doesn't need this level of excess.
I mean, I think that's probably because of the excess. That's why Adhair would be like,
Like play into it, yeah. Oh yeah, like the assumption is like this place could hold more people, and it's clearly going to feed like a small army. But yeah. No, anything else you want to do then, or anything else you want to say to anyone
No,
as you're eating and?
I mean,
drinking?
don't want to be rude, don't want to interrupt the play or anything. But I guess the only other thing, has Richter noticed him at all?
He just seems like he's taking in the play.
Good.
Yeah, like I mean, all right, your roll perception. We'll see how much you've noticed of him throughout the night.
Okay, so I rolled on that one earlier.
So it should be a
let's see.
crit. Yeah, it should be a crit on the other side then, right? Look at that! Hey! Couple off. Is that 5 off?
Almost great.
Almost decreed.
So yeah, as you've been kind of keeping like an eye on him like throughout the night to see if he's moved, he hasn't budged an inch as far as you can tell. Still standing there, or sitting there, so to say, with his arms folded, just staring at the stage. So either he's deeply moved by the adventures of Waro,
Or he's not actually there.
he's just sat his armor.
Yeah, it's just the armor, and he's actually nipped out through the cloak that has the back door.
Yeah, he's nipped out under the cloak, he's crawled under the seat, he's went to the bathroom, ran back, climbed back in. Yeah. Oh, wonderful Richter.
It's a thing.
Doesn't look rude at all.
Yeah.
But there's still like, that white glow of his eyes, right? And that's hard to like fake, I guess.
Couple of LEDs, Neil. Yeah.
Sure, LEDs in this world. Yeah, okay.
He's got robot guards. I'm sure you can whisk up some
I
LED.
think you'll find those were called rune guard,
Okay. Yeah.
as opposed to
Sure.
rune bots. Yep.
Roombots. But I think that's kind of it until after the play.
Okay, yeah. So, meanwhile, all the way back to the scream. Whew. Is anyone doing
Can I
anything
just-
to stifle the scream?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, can I just like rush her and put my hand over her mouth?
God.
You can,
I-
but it would break invisibility.
That's okay.
Yeah, cool. So,
I run into the room
okay.
between their legs.
So you go in. Say when your invisibility breaks, do you drop concentration or do you keep it up for a Warren?
I'll keep it up for him.
Okay. Yeah, so the scream happens, and then can you? I feel like there should be a roll to see how quickly you can stop her screaming.
So like a deck save.
Yeah, because it's equivalent like a reflex save, so it would be a dex
Yeah,
save.
yeah.
This is just to see if you can stop her alerting as many people as possibly nearby. Well, there we
Sure can.
Yep.
Well, there we go.
I like the idea that she stops screaming, and then you leap on to like hold your hand over her eyes
Sudden
briefly.
visible woman jumps on her.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think as that happens, so she screams at the fact that she hears her brother's voice from the thin air. Then
Mhm.
you leap at her out of a shimmering invisible magic field,
Mhm.
and then you put your hand on this non-screaming woman who just like locks eyes with you. Her eyes go wide, and then she just screams into the muffled hand.
I'll just be like, shh, shh, shh. We're here to help you.
And the cat comes back to you because you're going pss 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 pss. To the cat.
When the lag is real.
Yep.
So true.
And then I think there's some flailing invisible from Warren as he's trying to pull invisibility off of himself because he doesn't know how it works. And then he kind of like grabs you and pulls you off of his sister, which breaks his invisibility, which was lucky because he didn't know how to do that. And then he closes the door very quickly. And you hear like a thunk of the lock, and she goes, "Cantor, why are you here? Who are these people?" She just sharply looks down at the cat, and then looks up at Cantor.
I will, yeah, but
He's
obviously I'd let
heavy
it go.
breathing as he's just closed the door, and maybe he's having a bit of a moment.
Need to hide before anyone comes in to investigate the scream.
And so do you say that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cantor says, "Yes," and looks to her, and then she shrugs, and then just like gestures to the room, and there's a big, obviously, was it an armoire? You'd call it, yeah, like a wardrobe, and the bed. Shrugs vaguely.
Under the bed we go. Tell them you stubbed your toe or saw a rat or something.
I seen a cat. She gestures to the cat.
You saw a cat. That'll work.
What is
Cat, stay cat.
what is Vanguard doing?
Runs and hides under the bed.
No. I need you to. Whatever.
She saw a cat. She didn't have to currently have a cat.
Yeah. Fair.
Yep, so true. Yeah, and I think eventually, after like 5 minutes, and she's sat on the end of the bed, just kind of tapping her feet. So you've just got like the backs of her ankles. View. She's tapping her feet, and then there's a knock at the door. Quite a firm knock, and then she kind of clears her throat, and then runs up to the door, unlocks it, says, "Yes," and goes, "There was a scream, and you can clearly hear it's the firm tone of a guard, as everybody can tell." And she then
Gardic accent, yeah.
yeah, the Gardic accent. And you can see her, or you can hear her, sorry, excuse away the noise to I think she says something bullshit and totally like made up, like pre-wedding jitters got the better of her, and the guards just make excuses and leave. But she definitely doesn't say she saw a cat. She clearly has been flustered by the event, as the fact that she's not a super spy and not prepared in any way for this, and she goes, pre-wedding jitters got the better of my nerves, and and then just word vomits her way out of that conversation. And the guards just leave her alone, and she closes the door and locks it again. And she's like, maybe waits a couple of minutes, and then looks down under the bed to see you guys. "I think you can come out now."
I do so.
I do also. Not
Yeah.
changing back yet. I still
Yeah.
have time.
And then, yeah, because I think we're probably another, at least, say it's just 5 minutes if we're just going to keep it rounded. So we're 20 minutes in to the limit.
Yeah.
So like, Cantor like rolls out under the bed and then just goes up and just hugs her. Very kind of deep embrace, and she's like, doing her best to hug him back around his ring meal, and she says, "Why are you here?" And then we go into Ryan talking to himself for 20 minutes.
Mhm.
So Cantor goes into an explanation about how she obviously was taken from Torque. I'm not going to do this all in character, sadly, because that's just dead space when it comes to NPCs that I control talking to each other, and you just get the cutscene. But he explains that he was worried because she just left without much expectation or courting or anything like that. Like, he never ever came to Torque. It just seemed like she was sent for, blah blah blah. Very suspicious. Her replies are, "But he can save our house if I marry him." And that's the gist of the exchange. And then he seems upset by this, and she seems resolute by this. So he kind of storms off into the corner, looking out the window.
I'll just be sitting on the bed, like just kind of like watching.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is the exchange you witness. This is now me
Well, I
opening back
imagine
up
he
to
won't be
PCs.
very. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying this is me now opening it back up, so it's not me talking to myself. This is where the
Mhm.
players can interact again.
This
Well, I
player
think we
is
can.
cat at the moment.
I think we can safely assume that he probably won't be all that faithful during the wedding. She says that she kind of just like looking at her hand and her nails,
And she goes,
like just offhandedly.
and she looks and goes, I'm sorry, I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Lady Sarah Belem. She puts her hand out.
Cass.
Do you like cross the room to shake her hand, I guess? Or
She stays there and holds out her hand.
well, she like obviously what's her name? Sarah is standing there with her hand out. She says it.
Mhm.
And then do you just sit in the bed and have your hand out?
I jump up next to Cass and just.
Fine, I'll get up.
Okay, yeah.
I'll walk over.
Yeah.
And
And
pleasantly take her hand.
yeah, she doesn't let you take her hand. She says,
Oh,
no, Cass, I think you're rude.
because of the whole attacking you thing. I understand.
Oh no,
I
no.
mean-
She kind of like shakes her like, no. I'm used to having a brother. And she like, waves vaguely in the direction of Cantor. And she says, and she looks you up and down. The accusation. Say my husband to
Oh.
me is not faithful.
I mean, from what we saw, look over at Canty.
I mean, if somebody could be staring harder out of a window, they would be. To the point where like the glass cracks at the pressure. The condensation appears over the window from him. He says nothing.
Well.
He awkwardly turns round. And then like she looks at him and then just looks back to you as if, well.
She kind of like laughs to herself. Well, we just so happened to see your groom to be in a rather delicate situation. On our way here to save
You
you.
weren't this delicate moments ago when you accosted me at the door.
True.
Then be blunt.
He was partaking of his sister.
She just like clears her throat. Like what? Does that thing where she takes like a half step back and bumps into like the dressing table. Makes like a nice rocking sound, and then the mirror goes to fall, and she just like puts her hand back and stops the mirror automatically, and was like, "I'm sorry, you said
I did.
Noah
Mhm.
and Glint,
Indeed.
and when did you see this?"
If only they had watches.
Yeah, but every day's a weird
Um,
sense of time based on concentration limits and bullshit like that, right? So
Well, they might still be going at it if you want to go watch.
My lord.
she just shakes. Well, actually, as her
Cass
and,
has no has no tact.
evidently. We know this. I think it's Dylan was the word you were looking for. Because Xarxus did the same with Funrin.
Yeah, but
So yeah, that's a
Xarxus
Dylan
doesn't
trait.
like authority.
And she says, "Where was this?" Like, as if searching for some sense in a sea of confusion. Hmm.
Please, let us focus on the matter at hand.
She like waves that off and goes, "No." She says, "Continue."
Well, I imagine you'll be able to see them on the way out.
The way out of where?
Well, we're here to rescue you.
From what? She looks over at like a Cantor, goes to speak, and then she turns back to you and says, "And Noah isn't in the estate tonight. He's at the theatre with his sister."
I guess I would just assume that she was lied to.
You could roll insight if you think you're being lied to.
Yeah, no, because
But yeah, she definitely
like
believes
one,
that.
she would have no reason to lie. Two, like it would make total sense for them to like lie to her about this
Mm.
and
Yeah,
be
no
like,
shit.
"Well, that's not what we saw.
Yup.
Isn't that right, Canty?"
And then he clears his throat and he says, Sarah, she speaks the truth. And Sarah just blows raspberries essentially, and like waves her hand vaguely as if, please get out of my face. To you, Cass.
A shrug. Head towards the closet to look at the gowns.
And she says, ah, so rescue and thievery. I see.
Not gonna steal them. I just want to look.
Close montage.
And then she looks down at the cat and goes, and what is this? Our ride out?
I look about as cross as a cat can.
Which is actually pretty
Yeah.
cross.
Yeah, they can emote intensely when they're unhappy.
And yeah.
She rolls her eyes at that. And I think Cantor says, we are here to rescue you if you need it. And then like he's like holding his wrist very like absent-mindedly where his bracelet is or his bangle. And she says, why would I need rescuing other than these wild accusations from this? And she just looks at you and doesn't finish the sentence. And then looks at you again, Warren. And Cantor says, we need to go. You're not safe. And again, she clearly doesn't feel like a person that's felt unsafe, right? And like I think you can look around the room and see that, you know, this is pretty luxurious, right? Fleabite is probably fancier than you experienced, to be fair. Which is, you know, sacrilege if you ask me. And the fact that she has a lock on the inside of her door tells you a lot, you know? So, yeah. So she definitely doesn't seem to be like convinced that she's in any danger at all. And then Cantor seems like, well, I kind of expected her to want to come with me, so he's not much use right now. Also, expect him to be pretty useless in this scene now that he's confronted his sister, because you can imagine he's the dog that chased the car and then the car stopped. So.
Okay.
The problem.
In which case, while I'm looking at the clothes, I'll just be like, so you love him then?
She laughs. She goes, ah, I see you're not noble-born.
Slightly winces.
Like a cat with its back up. How are you going to handle that one, Cass?
I mean, I didn't realize it took nobility to know that marrying someone for love is far preferable.
She rolls her eyes. They scream. She looks at Cantor. And then Cantor kind of like, who's probably closer to you because I imagine the armoire is near the window for good light and when getting ready. And he kind of like leans in and goes, often noble families link for power more than love. It's usually arranged by parents, etc.
Was this one arranged by your parents?
And I think both of them say they're dead at the same time.
Ah. And so you wish to keep your power? Is that right?
And then Cantor says, we don't have power as such over many other noble houses. We merely have businesses as such. And she just corrects and says, failing businesses, brother. And Noah said he would take care of it all. We would get to keep our house name. Or at least you would. Any more interjections in this scene, or?
And that's more important than, I don't know, being happy.
She laughs again. And she goes, you find when you're of strong character, you create your happiness in the situation you find yourself. She, like, you can clearly tell she's quickly, like, her eyes have darted around the room as if implying, I'm making the best of a bad situation here. Cantor says nothing, because he's an awkward man.
Difficulty that I probably could be somewhat useful, but I'm currently a cat and don't want to not be a cat because it's going to be very hard to successfully navigate out of here as a dwarf with disadvantage.
That's fine. You can still
I
be a
have 2 more
cat for
casts
that.
of invisibility. But
Yeah, okay. But
Yeah.
then there are 3 of us.
yeah, well,
4 potentially.
yeah. But I can upcast it twice more, is what I was saying.
Okay. Okay. Right, and how many does that get at a time?
2.
2. Okay. Okay.
But you can't concentrate on
Uh,
2 spells at a time.
No, this would be a 1 at a time thing.
So I'd be like, okay, you 2 go. Run. You've got an hour.
Got an hour.
And then the B team go. Yep.
Exactly.
Okay, well, if we sort of discussed the invisibility things, so I think it's probably fair enough to assume Vanguard has some grasp of that. So Vanguard will return to his normal form.
Sudden dwarf.
She's gonna react. Where? That's not the button I wanted. Where's the button? Where button? Nope, she's fine. She maintains composure perfectly. She just goes, "Of course," is her reply, as you turn into a dwarf.
Yes, I hoped you would guess that I was not, in fact, an actual cat, and wouldn't be too startled. But unfortunately, it's very hard to warn people when you are, in fact, a cat.
Ah, dwarf!
Rare.
I say jokingly.
The point being, I have to second what they stated. I don't know. I don't know how much you've been told about your husband to be, but he is not with the team. I can't make your decisions for you, and neither can your brother. But I wouldn't trust this man to hold true to his promises. That's all I will say.
Even you doubt, Lord Tunan.
Well, do you speak primordial by any chance?
She like shakes her head and looks at like Cantor, and she says, "No," as if it's a question.
Unfortunate.
Cass stops looking through the clothes and looks at you. Like, what?
Oh, well, as I said earlier, there's the family trees. The oldest family tree that we can find within the library indicates that the last generation of the house Tanan got 1 son, not a son and a daughter, and that son's name was not Noah, but Charleston.
I think
The more recent documentation lists Noah and Glenn, of course, but not the oldest.
so. I think Sarah laughs briefly, as if, "What the fuck?" Right type of response, and she goes, "So not only is my husband to be unfaithful with his sister, but they are not actually Tunan children."
Well, they may not even be brother and sister, to be quite frank with you. They could be. I don't know what, but
Shakes her head.
I'd like
As
to
if she doesn't no fucking clue what's going on now.
ask you a question. I know we've barged into your life.
She just laughs and she goes, "You know what? Ask away. Borrow a dress if you want."
I'm
Huh?
these are robes. Anyway,
I find the prettiest one and hold it up in front of a mirror.
a wedding gift is said to have been lost. Wedding gift that was being brought secretly to Evershade. Do you have any idea what your gift was?
My gift?
Or Mike? Probably. Who else would you get a wedding gift for? I couldn't think.
Oh, you mean to say Lord Tonan, Noah, is getting me a gift?
Indeed, aye.
And she kind of like, as if catching up, as if she thought you were asking what was her wedding gift she was giving. And she goes, I honestly have no idea. I was unaware that I was to receive a gift beyond what we had agreed when giving my house to his.
We are, well, not cast directly, but myself, some of our associates, I may as well reveal to you now, are hunting down this object for Lord Tanan.
She gives you like a weird look. She looks over the group and then looks back at you, letting you
These
continue.
startling discoveries came about during the quest to find this object. Truthfully, I don't really care either way. Quite frank with you, I think there are more important things, but Lord Tanan can facilitate us getting things. So I have followed the lead of our fearless leader, but we're here now. Your brother clearly thinks that the situation warranted a dramatic rescue.
Warranted.
I didn't even mean that. Evidently, you disagree. I'm not going to facilitate any kidnappings today, or at least I don't intend to. But
She has. Well, that's good to hear. I see
give-
you're the sensible one of this trio.
well, I'm a priest.
I'm surprised you're not here to perform the ceremony. You can clearly tell she's mocking.
Yeah, I know, but
Hmm.
I'm going to give her a response
Yeah.
anyway. I don't think he holds to my ways. I assume you probably don't either. You certainly don't look dwarven. Anyway, we've warned you of what we know. It's in your hands whether what you believe is.
She kind of just looks
Warren,
over there.
Sarah it was, wasn't it?
She nods and she goes, "That's me."
I think the two of you have to figure out what's happening, because this isn't either of our decision to make. It's yours, and your brother is probably not inclined to leave you here, but it's your choice, and I think you need to get him on board. But we have warned you, we saw some bizarre things.
She cuts you off as you're speaking, right? And she says, "No, you're wrong. It's my choice. It was made." And she looks at you, Cass. She says, "Regardless of what my husband-to-be's actions are before we are wed, so long as he is a man of his word, once we are wed, and my house and my brother's legacy is secured, then what does it matter what he did before? We all have histories."
Well, what say you, Warren?
Yeah. And he dramatically slams the wardrobe door shut.
Jeez.
Just to make a scene.
I wouldn't say jeez, because that's...
Yeah, I know.
That makes sense in the context.
You just like go, whew.
Oh!
Yeah. And he doesn't say anything, he's just like, you can clearly tell he's like gritting his teeth. And then he goes to just walk straight to the door. And then he goes to open the door. He doesn't open the door because obviously it's locked and it'd be awkward. But he turns back and he says, "You don't have to do this, Sarah." And then unlocks the door and leaves.
Just walks out.
Yeah. Like, you can tell this man is pissed off.
I hope he doesn't bump into anyone.
Sarah
Feels like
looks
a
at everybody
match
else in the room, right? Sarah looks at the two of you and goes, well, it was lovely to meet you both.
Yes, I imagine that's said with heavy irony, but I'm not really the best at picking up on it. Anyway, please take care. Cass, can you do that invisibility thing for me? I've
What else
run
can't
out
he?
of cat.
And she goes,
Run out of cat.
like, as she looks between the two of you exchanging, she goes, how about I just see you to the door?
It would be best if no one knew we were here.
As I said,
Took
no
a risk
one's
for you.
home.
So did your brother. He obviously cares about you quite a bit, in a rare show of seriousness.
She looks at you and goes, you know my brother well, do you? She looks you up and down with like a knowing look to that. As if, who's this redhead that my brother's brought in to family business?
You don't need to know someone well to know when they care about someone, when they're willing to put their life on the line to rescue them from a situation that he believes you shouldn't be in.
And she looks at you like, kind of like a... almost with eyes that are having a lot of thoughts to themselves, right? Deep thinking.
Are they screaming?
No, not yet. They're charging. And she takes a bit of a longer moment to reply on that, and she says, yes, and sadly, he is often making brash decisions, rushing to scenes to cause them so as to justify his presence. She kind of like gives like a tight-lipped nod to that. She was not going to say chasing windmills because she wouldn't get that reference, but that's the implication here.
I fought beside your brother against pirates. I would certainly describe him as a bold.
She laughs and she goes, yes, you seem to know my brother well.
Somewhere we travelled together for a time. Well then, Cass.
She walks forward to you like when you say that, and she puts like a hand on like the side of your face, and she goes, I thank you for keeping him safe this far.
Well, he was of great service in keeping us safe too, I assure you.
And she says, I have no doubts about that. He is nothing but a stalwart. Let me keep him safe from now on, though. This is my way of doing this. You understand?
I just nod.
And there's probably similar practices in dwarven culture, right? Like, you know, the idea of colliding houses together for like more power. Yeah.
I imagine their nobility's a lot like nobility, except maybe shorter.
Yes.
A bit more self-serious.
Yeah. So she kind of then turns and she says to you, Cass, anything you like the look of?
I hold the one that I'm holding at the moment.
Yeah.
Just like, this one is absolutely gorgeous.
Then
is this the one you're going to wear?
She laughs and she says, no, take it. My gift to you for your effort.
Well, now I feel bad. Well, if you change your mind...
I'll be sure to scream. She laughs.
I'll be right there to stop you.
She gives you a look, like, as if that's comforting, right? In some weird abstract look. Mm-hmm. And then she says, let's go see if we can find my brother now, shall we? And then turns and opens the door and heads out.
I look towards Vanger. What's our plan? Invisible?
They don't know you, do they?
No.
It was Theo that went in to meet Tonan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
But wasn't
No one did know about Cass.
Yeah, no one knows about
Yeah.
Cass because Noah hired Cass to deal with the box, right?
Yeah, true. But would your description instantly go away? Because I'm going to
No.
suggest you invisible me up anyway and go in non-invisible. But if you could cast invisibility on us both and just tell her like we're following you.
I mean, we could just leave.
Yeah, I just want people not to say there was a weird dwarf in your house.
Well, I mean, we could invisibly leave. Like, without.
Follow her out because she will lead us out and she'll be with her brother and we should probably keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think this way is better. If somebody says a strange Roman paladin, you wouldn't say that because that doesn't make any sense and don't have metagame knowledge. And they're not from Earth. But yeah, it was in your house versus and also a dwarf and also a red. It's
And this random civilian saw them in a cemetery once. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
Remember,
Shall
Warren
we,
Canty
do the-
might be recognised around town, remember, even if it isn't Cantor Belem, his actual
Yes.
name.
yeah, but if we're not seen leaving the estate with him, that is a little
Definitely,
less
yeah.
suspicious.
Way less on the suspicious
So
scale.
Vanger's like, do you want to? And he gestures with his hands to indicate invisible. It's like just jazz hands.
So wait, was the decision just you or both of us?
I mean, it's up to you.
I
really.
think what he said was he gestured to himself with jazz hands and left the interpretation up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, let's both go invisible.
Do you tell her?
So yeah, I have a plan.
So she's about to walk, like she's walking out the door, basically. She's,
Oh, in which case I'll just be like, "We'll be behind you," and then I cast it.
Yeah, cool. Mark off on their spell slot, and then yeah, she seems to like do that kind of half jog that people do when they're not really sure they're deciding to run, or crossing a road speed, if you will.
Or if you've almost tripped but not quite.
Yeah, and you have to do the recovery speed. Yep.
Because I didn't fall.
Oh dear. So yeah, she does that, and then she just starts shouting after Cantor, because yeah, like Cantor, as if he's obviously storming off through a place he doesn't know his way around. So yeah, and you can follow her if you wish.
Indeedly.
Yeah, I think we just skip to the part where she catches up with Cantor, right?
Okay.
Like he's probably in a corridor somewhere, and she takes you off to the side. It's possibly some balcony overlooking the study that you were in before, with a big fireplace and such. And was it the big dragon skull thing or something above the fireplace? I think it was. So
Yeah.
yeah, and these are on the balcony above now, and through like some random door. And she says to him, they have some moments, some brotherly and sisterly moments of explaining that.
Not the bad kind.
No, not like the time before. They have some genuine ones as opposed to some horrendously explicit ones, and they discuss what they need to discuss about him calming the fuck down and just not making a scene and leaving. She probably wraps that conversation up by mentioning that he's more than welcome to come to the wedding. Not even in like a flippant way, but more in a kind of genuine, you're my brother, I'd want you to be there, type way. And he's just repeated almost like, this isn't right, you don't need to do this for the family, like we'd be fine, we'd find a way to fix everything. Yeah, he's mostly just doing that. This is unnecessary. He clearly doesn't want the Tonan house to have anything to do with the Belem house, and yeah, but part ways, and then she goes back to the corridor, and then she kind of like looks around and whispers, "Are you still there?"
I said we would be.
Yeah.
She kind of like mildly like jolts a little, and she goes, "Right, I've this way," and then she just leads you to essentially where the front door is, where like all the staff are coming and going, and yep, she just walks past all the people getting like ferried in and out, and there's obviously people talking to each other and stuff, and she's walking with obviously her brother, and she like one of the guards at the door, she says, "Please escort my friend here to the main gate and see him out. She gives like a vague look around and then just kind of like nods to him. He hugs her, she hugs him. He clearly looks a wee bit choked up, maybe, so he's not saying much. She looks as professional as possible in this moment, and as thank you. And then the guard gets the hint, and he leads Cantor back to the front gate. So, do you follow?
Yep, I do at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think we can skip to the part where he's at the other side of the front gate. Unless you've got anything to do before you get there. No?
No.
Good? Yeah? Cool. Fleabite, by this point, you've had your short rest, I should say. Just FYI, because even the walk to the front gate is lengthy, so by the time they've messed around inside, you were on the same timer as like the cat, so yeah. You're definitely recharged with a short rest. If you had any damage, you could have spent hit dice. As much as the damage seems to just be part of Fleabite these days, sadly. But yeah, outside the main gate, what's the scene?
Still remaining invisible until we're a safe distance, I think.
Yeah, he's can like wander off.
Yeah.
He's gonna head down the
Once
big
we're far
thoroughfare.
enough away, we'll uninvisible.
Yeah, cool.
Well, visible, if you will.
Have seen them going to the gate.
Say that again, sorry?
No.
Would Fleabite have seen them like coming out of the house? And going or I mean, just Canty, anyway.
It's unlikely, but roll perception and we'll see. Because it's possible, right? Unlucky for some. No, I'd say given the position of the like where the tree is, no, because it's down the west side of the house, kind of near the back. So last no. Although it wasn't far off it though, because I would have said that would have been a 15 to have spotted them, given the position. But from your position, you can see that knowing Glint, still going.
Oh my.
The end of that description. Yeah. So, far enough away from the main gate.
Well, we should part ways before we're seen together. What in that?
That's one strong-willed sister you've got.
Yeah. Turns round, because he finally stops walking at that, and he turns round and looks at both you, and he says, I am in debt to both of you, and noble Fleabite. And he kind of nods to you all, as if doing the best he can to keep his throat clear. And he says, yes, my mother was like that too. And he kind of like looks anywhere but you guys, briefly. Do we have a plan to get on the other side of the city wall? Kind of says vaguely.
Well, can't say I have a particularly good one, but wasn't anticipating to be leaping through a more conventional exit.
I believe the guards at the gate may find it odd to see us twice going in the same direction.
Perhaps we can simply gates with benefit of invisibility, if you can still do that, Cass.
I imagine I can ink out one more.
If we simply get close enough to the door that we won't time out until the gate until it won't expire until.
But not all three of you, though, right?
No,
Mhm.
no, but I wouldn't expect Warren to. This.
wasn't he seen leaving with you guys the first time round?
Oh, yeah, he was,
so.
True shit.
Mm.
He could have come back through a different route or something.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, that's one of the loose ends you just need to decide what to do with, though.
Warren, if we're not able to all sneak out in that manner, can I suggest that you perhaps lay low for a time and try not to attract any attention for a day or two, and at that point, if someone sees you in the city again that recognises you, there won't be any confusion about how you got back in. This will.
You can see he's doing his, like, he's almost like half paying attention, like he's definitely elsewhere, right? And then he kind of looks up, looks at you, Vanger, and looks straight to Cass, and says, Cass, you're magic. Are you well versed in this? And we'll make all the bar jokes we want about that, and then we move back to this.
Define well versed. What are you looking for?
Did she seem ensorcelled?
I don't know what that word means.
Basically, he's asking, did she mean, like, did she seem magic?
Was she genuine? Oh.
Yeah. Was she used? Was magic used on her?
Can I look back on that and roll like? No.
It would be like, there is an insight, right, to like judging someone's behaviour, right?
Yeah.
So you could do like a
insight?
retroactive insight if you want, yeah.
I'm not even gonna tell how many goals.
Yeah. You have any spells that mess with people's ability to make independent choice?
I do not.
Okay. So not like the friend cantrip or anything like that, no?
No.
Command.
Nothing like that, no?
No.
Then, as far as you can tell, she seemed completely in control of her own faculties.
I do detect thoughts, if that would help at all. Like, obviously, I can't use it now, but you know what I mean.
What's the range? Anyone you've met on this plane of exist? No, damn it. That'd be nice.
So many voices.
But now, like, to your knowledge, right, with your magical background, she, as you stated, seemed very self-assured, right? Didn't seem like there was any kind of puppet mastery going on, from what you can tell.
Oh, I guess I do have counter charm, if that would, like, assist on this.
No more than what I've said.
Okay.
Do you want to paste it in? We can.
Yeah.
As well, right? So, gain the ability to use magical notes, words, disrupt mind influencing effects, blah 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 blah. I mean, if you told Warren this, he's 100% taking you back in. Just so it's all the way back in.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe after 8 hours of light activity and ideally sleep.
I actually forgot I had that ability.
It's good. Good to know what you can do. It's a really good ability as well, actually. But yes, so I think based on that roll, your 23 insight, yeah, your impression of her was that she was 100% in control of that entire event that it transpired. Never mind just her own opinions. She took control of the scene.
Okay. And I should say, no, she was herself.
And he just, he looks at it, he goes, could be wrong though, right? As if desperate.
It is unlikely. Sorry, friend.
And he throws some of his clothing around him in some kind of scarf-like fashion, and then like tucks his sword into like his clothing, and says, "I am in your debt, as I stated. I will do what I can to pay this back to you, but until I find something suitable, feel free to call on my aid." And he kind of just nods to both of you. And then he puts his hand out, to do the whole, grabbing each other by the wrist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you do that, like he pulls you in and does that kind of double pat on the back embrace of a man willing to hug somebody briefly. And when it gets to you, Cassie puts his hand out to take your hand, obviously, like a lord would a lady.
Give mine. Yeah.
And he goes to as if he's going to kiss it, but he touches it to his forehead, which you definitely know is a politer, noble thing when you're not courting the house.
Mm.
It's a way of saying, I acknowledge that I have no intentions with you, but I'm being polite. Whereas if you kissed it, it would be, we are in the courting part of the exchange.
Then I curtsy back.
Yeah, and then he says, until then. And then wanders off.
But one second.
Yeah.
Before he goes, something is amiss. I believe from your own reaction, I can't really have any particular insights there, but she was strong-willed. She seems to have come to this decision quite rationally, but here, perhaps incorrectly. There is something rotten in that house, and well, I'll try and keep as much of an eye on them as I can.
He kind of goes, and obviously this is the time where obviously he'd tear off his clothing, pull his sword out, go, let's go then, and charge through the front door again. But he doesn't do that. He just resignedly shakes his head in kind of like agreement, and just gives you like a tight-lipped nod. Doesn't really reply to it. We're just like he's dealing with a lot of internal issues right now. And then he says,
I feel for the guy.
Yeah, like, and then he just leaves. I think he don't even say anything to that. I think he just like he turns, acknowledges that you say that to him, and then still heads off, pulls his like cloak around his face, and heads off to go back to wherever he was hiding out in Evershed. Yeah. What do you two do in that moment then, when it's just like the two of you left?
Just look at Cass and say, well.
What a fucking wash.
Yes, aye.
Dressed over your shoulder.
That's a complete waste, but
something doesn't sit right. But
no.
I agree with your assessment. In fact, I think the mere fact that he's willing to leave that building says he knew damned well she was of her own mind. But there's just something terribly wrong. Oh well. Let's sneak out the city and go do their work.
Hold out my hand.
I will take her hand.
And then I make us invisible.
Okay.
And we go. Assuming we're within an hour's.
You'll want to be a lot closer to the gate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We do this considerably later then.
Yeah.
Yes. As we're walking.
It's almost that moment in a TV show where two people start a conversation and then it ends with them at the location. And it goes, why did you wait 4 hours to drive to tell me that? Yeah. But yeah.
But it sounded like a cool scene, alright?
Yeah, that did. And then
Narrative.
the power of transporting off camera. But yeah, you just can like get closer to the gate, turn invisible, and just like leave town again.
Yeah.
Do you head to the tree to relieve Fleabite?
Yes. Poor guy, we're not leaving him.
Wait, has he been watching Noah and
yes.
Glint this whole time?
He's
I'm about
sleeping,
to
I think,
ask.
probably.
So, Fleabite,
Or maybe not. Who knows?
what's the plan?
I mean, the whole like Noah Glint thing probably doesn't mean anything to Fleabite, really. Like that's just man.
That could just be a normal
weird.
Skaven thing.
No, I think
not
it just
even
means
that.
that
Like, he
the
doesn't even
relationships.
really understand what they're doing. Like he has no concept of that.
Yeah, as you said, man thing and man thing.
Yeah. And yeah, keeping an eye out, like always kind of expecting like an explosion or something, and then that's not happening. So like
Aren't we all?
that's almost more worrying.
I like the idea that you're sitting with like you're on like a big thick branch from the huge tree, just with your feet dangling as best they can, just waiting, and like something will blow up at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably we're at the not enough time to start launching my own investigation, but
Ah, you can say
we're
that.
getting close.
So keep in mind, it's been a couple hours now, right? Because they'll need to circle all the way. By the time they get from where they've left you to the main gate, it'd been over 2 hours. Right? Because remember, the estate's quite a bit away from the gates, obviously, because it's a huge, ruling estate. So as it's back from the two west and east gates that are the main ones used, and the north gate's not really used. And there is no south gate, because there's a mountain. But yeah, I think as you're sitting on the tree, have you thought any more about my offer? You hear from the other branch.
Not even gonna look.
Not even like rat reflexes, no.
I think rat reflexes were yep. And just respond. Think yes.
And the voice melodically sounds over the night air.
Thinking that there is more to give and take than just take.
You hear like a little laugh, a very kind of light laugh on the air, and then say, "See, I told you. Give and take is a lot more complicated than just take."
I think Fleabite sort of motion to the estate house and sort of how to did man thing lord take cantor thing fam sister thing from home Warren? Yes.
Oh. And then around the tree, you see like the footstep tentatively reach onto one of the branches between the two sides of the tree, and then you see her step around and sit next to you on the tree, very tentatively, and runs a hand like just through your fur down the back of your neck, and then she says, "That would be taking information, and I could give you some information. Do you want to trade?" And she smiles with her jeweled teeth.
There is little much to give take from information to Fleabite.
You don't have to give me information.
The cost, yes, of not information might hide too much of the information, yes.
Okay. How about 1 copper? She puts her hand out.
Very like the when cats are like sitting up high and then the tail starts just swishing between like one side and the next.
Yeah, the metronome pose. Yeah.
Probably happening, and Levi will quickly check inventory.
I know copper is one of the most valuable things Fleabit has, so.
I think Fleabite will take out a silver piece.
Okay.
And spend a moment figuring out how to tap
Mhm.
and do it.
I do love the image of you tapping it on the branch and most of them falling, and then just picking up some of the ones that stayed on the branch. But I know Fleabite would freak out at that, so
Yeah, I think it was more just in the hand of the image of 1 silver tap into 10 copper.
Yep.
And then tap back and motion to pass it to Pseudo-Cynthia.
Okay. And she looks and goes, so you have 10 questions.
10 questions worth for answer.
I see. She puts her hand underneath your paw. To give her this over.
Drops it in. Yeah.
Okay, I assume the implication there, so I don't have to have her roll insight, is that you're saying, I'm going to pay 10 times what you asked to get the actual answer to that one question.
Partially, and then also just to kind of mess with her, being like, you want a copper? Well, I'm not going to give you a copper.
I have 10, damn it. Yeah.
Well, I'm still not giving you a copper. I'm giving you a silver.
And she said,
Even if...
yeah, so she puts her hand under yours, and she you drop it into hers, and she looks at the silver, and then she bites it, right? And then looks at it and smiles as if laughing, as if that's what she imagines you would have done with the coin to test it. And then she says, okay, 1 silver for a question then. An answer, sorry. And she corrects herself and smiles at you. Ask me. Anything. Alexander has a meltdown.
I think he... I think Fleabite will ask... what is the... What is connection, yes, between the... between Great Lord and Bat Thing Lord and Mystery Box Package, yes.
She looks at it and goes, which great lord?
First off, notion at the house. Then also, great, Bat Thing.
And she goes, right. So I give you the ability to ask me anything you want about me, or anything. She smiles and kind of half laughs at this, as if she's wiping away a tear from her eye. And you ask me about how this guy and some other guy have a box in common? Okay. She kind of laughs and,
There is many answers that you might give, and many that Fleabite might understand, but many that Fleabite might not.
So she'll ask me, like, steadies herself on the branch as if she might have toppled. And then she says, okay. Well, I would say that you already know the answer to that question. That man, she gestures vaguely at the windows, and she looks at them and kind of like tuts and shakes her head and then clicks her fingers and all the curtains close. As if she doesn't want to look at that. Looks back at you. He asked someone to deliver a box for his wedding. And it seems like this other lord you speak of that you've had first-hand experience of intercepted this delivery. She looks at you.
It seems, yes. Or it is, yes.
No, I'm not in their heads, am I?
Sorry, what was that?
For Dylan or for me?
I said we already knew this.
And her reply was, I'm not in their heads, am I? When you're like, it seems or is?
Well, yes, that is what I wanted to to clarify.
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, as kind of as far as Alexandra and Fleabite goes, she's pretty omniscient. And there's always a chance to get a straight answer, always a chance to get
Mhm.
not.
Mhm.
And so, Bat Thing Lord knew what is in box.
She looks at you and she smiles and she goes, No, it's my turn. She just looks at you with like wide eyes. As if to get what she means. And she goes, What's it going to cost me?
Eyes narrow and look at her mouth.
We'll forgo the saliva too. Just bleh. Yep. So,
how great value do you wish, or do you offer?
she laughs and she says, It depends on what I ask, I guess, doesn't it? Do you value your secrets?
Some secrets, yes, are only as valuable as how many know them, yes.
She kind of like, as if taking that in, as if, yeah, I guess that's true. Is the kind of look she does as she's kind of like pondering that, like, And then she kind of turns and says, I have a question about your intentions. And she kind of like grins, like, conspiratorially at you. How much for that answer?
Intentions are of the here and now, yes. Of the future may change, and you may not wish to know, yes, of what is now, when what you really wish is what is of the future, past and present.
And she like, she like nods, right? Like, sure, okay, big thoughts, yeah. And then she says, But it's now I'm asking. I might ask you this question again tomorrow. She smiles.
Then of now, that is not great value.
She laughs and says, Okay. Then she holds up the silver again and offers it to you.
Take it.
And she says, So we have a deal?
For my intentions, yes. Now, yes.
And she says, And you'll be honest.
For my intentions now, yes.
And you won't just change your intentions to have lied to me. No.
Not based on what I tell you, yes, but if based on other information, who is to be the one of saying.
That's fair. She agrees. And, she drops the silver in your paw. She turns to sit facing you on the branch, as if this is serious now. And she looks at you very deeply in the eyes. She says, What are you going to do when you find the dragon egg?
I think Fleabite wanted to eat it.
Yeah, but this is about now.
If find egg now, yes, then there are great reasons.
She shakes her hand and it goes, No. When you find the dragon egg.
With what Fleabite knows now, yes.
Yes. She smiles.
Fleabite still not know much about dragons, but of what Fleabite knows now, yes, it is that they are great and might destroy all.
But you're a rat between two masters, are you not?
like hold out paw and just be like,
Like,
um, masters come and go with the blades and knife, or the lack of food, yes.
she nods vaguely.
If there is great scribble rune lord wishes it destroyed, yes. And Fleabite might think that it is wisdom. The great moving of worlds, peoples, things. They wish keep hold and use, yes.
She
But it
nods.
is likely folly.
So you agree with my son?
Great dragon, if allowed to live, may consume all, but that is not for certainty. Fleabite will learn more about dragons, yes. If with what Fleabite know now, then yes, they too much to let live, too great a fear, too great a threat.
She nods, like, that makes sense, right? You go, okay, that's a well-formed answer. And she pokes you in the stomach a little bit. She says, if you could, would you not consume everything? She gives you a cheeky look.
Fleabite has had opportunity to consume all in front of him, and simply more appeared. Perhaps there is no all, but there is of most and too much, yes.
She nods. She goes, I think even dragons can have too much. And then smiles and ruffles your hair, as if, yeah.
That is part of what Fleabite wished to learn. One day, yes.
Your friends are coming. And then she kind of motions down the other side of the wall over the tree.
It might take them some time to climb up. They are not very good climber.
She laughs and she says, you may as well jump down to meet them. I think yous are done here.
Fleabite goes to turn away and
Mhm.
says, intentions and opinions are of the here and now. The here and now is of the change. If you had egg of here and now, would you not change mind if you had egg in future? Yes. And
Sure.
then leave before hearing an answer.
Yeah. And I think, as we just have you leaving, the camera does that quick different angle to have you like descend the wall and she's already gone, right? Whether or not she was gone when you asked the question, we'll never know. The angle was too bad.
But there's nothing exchanged, so I wasn't expecting an answer.
Yeah, exactly. It's maybe food for thought, regardless. Because remember, give and take is the way she is teaching Fleabite. So yeah, I think as you guys approach the base of the wall, with all the pitons in it, Fleabite, I guess, meets you at the bottom of it. He seems to have heard yous coming.
And unties the rope from the tree that had been tied.
I assume you remove the evidence as you go.
Yes.
Mhm.
Taking out the pitons as I go down.
Get out the polyfiller, cover up the walls, get the paint, Yep. Perfect. So yeah, anything from Cass or Vanger?
Yeah, I suppose we should probably tell him.
Mission failed.
Well, didn't go quite as we'd anticipated, but we always knew there was a possibility she wouldn't be eager to leave.
Like
The
Fleabite,
only other brothers were to go on.
you've obviously able to take in that there is no Warren Canty with them.
You were stopped from take find.
By the lady herself.
What does that mean to Fleabite?
Yeah, just sort of confused head tilt to explain.
She said she'd made the decision herself, that she had no intention of leaving. She was skeptical of some of. I'll look up at the tree. Do you think I would need to roll perception, or would I just know that he'd have been able to see it? I was up that tree
No, I
earlier.
think you'll just know. That's yeah.
Well, you had a view of the bedroom. I don't think I need to specify what I'm talking about when I say we reminded. Well, reminded. No, we did not remind her. We did not remind her. She didn't know. We informed her of some disturbing facts. Aye, she was skeptical, so she chose to stay, and we weren't inclined to drag her off kicking and screaming, so she stayed. But something's rotten in there. Somehow I feel we may end up coming back sooner rather than later.
And Warren Man-Thing let stay, yes?
He's gone off, so a little. Well, didn't take it terribly well. Crestfallen is how I describe it.
This is not what expected, yes. But do we continue on to cave, yes?
Well, I think we should do that either way. The cave might well hold what we've been looking for all this time, and hopefully still does. Will we get walking?
No, Coca-Cola, it is not the safe cave. That is further away.
The spider safe cave, that's a little further away, but they can make it there.
No, this is the one where they nearly died to bats. Yeah. Okay, so
No,
Nothing about that is particularly safe.
We handled the bats quite ably. It was the bat person that was the problem.
yes, the gnome.
The bat gnome. I just like to be clear.
Yep. Right. So is the plan that you three are going to head off to the cave?
I'm down with it.
Yeah.
Cool. And I think you three start heading off through the forests at night. We'll come back to that. You meet all sorts of people in the forest at night.
Guess who doesn't have the tiny hut spell?
That's fine. So, to be honest, I feel like that's a wizard's job to take that spell, right? And I'll never play a wizard, so it's,
I'd
it's
play
their
a wizard,
job.
but I'm not right now.
No, but you could probably add in wizard, right?
Not going.
That's sensible. Another spell list to deal with.
Different casting stat as well. Fuck that.
Yeah. What is your int? How good is that right now?
I can't actually recall. It's not amazing. It's 12. Got a +1, but
I mean,
you want more than
you could cast magic missile. Okay, so you head off. We then move all the way over to the theatre.
Ooh.
Yes. The play is, there's like half of like a ship on the stage, like the front half of a ship. There's been like a dramatic showdown between the evil lord and our noble Waro trying to free the oppressed people of the land. Nobody knows why they're on a ship though. It was just dramatic and they had bits of a ship, so that was...
makes sense. Yeah.
You've got some prestidigitation water effects and some thaumaturgy wind going on as well. And as that happens, the lead just seems to stop mid-fight, turn to you, is looking at you dead in the eyes and says, Adhair? Now keep in mind, this is a guy on stage and you're way up at the very back of the theatre.
I mean, Adhair's kind of like, wait, what? I was merely about, wait, what? And he's looking towards Lady Thaki and Lord and Lady Tonan to be like, their reaction, like, is this a joke?
They're not moving. There's no sound.
Aha!
I take it, if I make a perception, has everyone in the theatre frozen?
Yeah.
Yellow!
And as you like look back, that person's still like frozen mid-fight, not even looking at you. And then you hear a clack, clack, clack on the hardwood floors of the private booth that you're in, the big room. And,
I would stand to look behind me.
yeah, and wonderfully red-robed with her majestic I'm at the theatre outfit, Cynthia walks in and looking like she is queen, quite frankly, with how much money has been spent on her outfit. And she smiles with her normal teeth, not her jeweled teeth.
Wait, what?
All pearly, you know. And she says, and here I thought you would have taken me to the theatre. She puts her hand
My
out.
dear, you know I would, but I have no way of contacting you.
She laughs and she says, sure. Like very dismissively, she puts her hand out. Come on, we've got stuff to do.
But I have not had chance to tell them of the story of the tragedy of the Dark Plagueis. I was going to use that moment.
I know, I was almost doing it as Lord like Tonan earlier as well. With his speech about the theatre. Yeah.
It's been on my head
Ironic.
so much.
Yep.
But yes, no. Adhair takes her hand and runs away.
Yeah, and then like space warps around you, and then yeah, we're left with Lady Thaki like doing a double take and like looking over the couch and be like, Adhair?
Because literally just holding her hand and then poof.
And then that's where it ends. Hell yeah. So,
Then
what would you like to call the session?
dum dum dum.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Oh.
the one earlier?
What was the most standout scene, do you think?
Right, Colin, didn't you post something up earlier? Ah, yes.
I did. Passion of the book.
The passion of the book.
Yeah, a suggestion from the audience. A lesson in theatre.
Ooh, I like that.
I'm also just going to suggest.
Do you want to jazz hands?
I'm going to suggest that for dual purpose reasons, where date night was very much anticipated, but with a K, it does cover a Warren in that mix.
That is clever and very clever.
That's as far as I'm going. So,
Yeah.
no, it's definitely your fault. I ran out of cat. I feel like
Yeah.
It's either between date night or I do actually like a lesson in theatre.
yeah, a lesson theatre is pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think it's because it's not us that came up with that.
I'll put that in as well.
Oh, what was that? There's a song lyric I can almost remember. Oh,
I see if I can. A liaison in theatre is also good.
Oh yeah. Who was it? I don't remember. I don't even remember the song, but there's I think this might be the title of the song. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is that the one? Is that another one like Batman sings?
Apparently it's by The Blue Van, or at least there's a song called that by The Blue Van.
Okay. What we're thinking then? So we've got a whole bunch. So we've got a lesson in theatre. We've got Don't Leave Me Blue. A liaison in theatre. We've got if someone could be staring out the window harder. I ran out of cat. Cass's new dress. No, it's definitely your fault. Date night. Do you want jazz hands? So long, Adhair. The passion of the book. Yeah, I was trying to think of other Adhair related titles. I feel
like it's definitely your fault, but I think you have to drop the no. We're pithy.
I've also got Adhair so far. Because it's technically
Adhair in the theatre.
Right, anything else, folks? Adiou, Adhair? Yeah, that's alright, yeah.
Actually, that's quite
That's pretty good.
Suitably foreign
Yeah.
as well
Yeah.
for Adhair's Typecast.
European accent.
Yes.
I'll work on that for when I come back. Oh,
Right.
messieurs, welcome.
I just miss Alexander's, that's all. I had a wonderful experience RPing with Alexander as co-players.
There is much footage online of my European accent.
And I think that's the best it's been. Oh dear. Okay. Anything else? Because I think that's winning with a mere 2 votes.
Oh, 3 votes.
3 votes,
Two
yeah.
teacher. That's
My
one
own
vote.
4 votes. Aye.
There we go. There we go. Adieu, Adhair. Yeah,
How
it's,
did you know? I'm sorry.
it's suitably aware. Okay, right, goals.
Always believe in yourself.
Oh, here we go.
I have to
That
do it,
reference
there's
is
a lot.
indestructible.
There's a lot.
Anyway, let's crack on. General goals. Let's list them. Also, you think so, Coca-Cola K? That's good to know. We'll find out if Alexander felt the same. Sorry, Alexander. You did choose a role to not be involved.
That's only because I've only had one drink.
Fair. Right, anyway, general goals.
Becky, Optera, Calastris, Tanan, connection to box. Attempt to recover
no.
box from case. Case? I didn't say case.
So let's go through them one by one. Right, did any of them tell me what got completed?
Rescue
Well,
Sarah if she wants.
If she wants.
Yep.
Rather
It
than
There
got
we go.
resolved.
Finished.
Yep.
Resolved, yeah.
Yep, Rescue Sarah she wants, which was no, she doesn't want. So that's 1G. We gotta
we
go.
kept Cantor / Warren alive during the Sister Heist.
Yep.
I mean, cover Noah and Glint's secret. I think you guys
No,
got that.
that was we didn't want to specify because we didn't want to spoil it for you because you missed the end. But
Right.
specifically, we want to know why do there seem to be 2 of them? Because meta we know that our characters
Sure.
don't. But we'll find that out
Mhm.
soon enough, I'm sure.
Yeah, because they're in 2 places at once, right? They're having it off in a bedroom together, and then they seem to be at the theatre together.
We also know that they seem to be at it, and we
Mm.
also know that they may not in fact be brother and sister because they may not in fact be Tanan. So
Mhm.
there's sort of 3 aspects to it. Are they?
Big secret.
I made this joke last time and I've forgotten the joke I made. Shit, Maddox, what's his name? Ryan, you
Multiple
know
man.
Maddox.
Jimmy
Yeah,
Maddox.
thank you. Anyway,
Madrox, I think.
Anyway, so yeah, like, why and how are they able to do this? And are they who they seem, sort of thing. But we didn't want to specify what it was because we didn't want to spoil it for you.
Mhm.
The
Fair
fun
enough.
of that revelation.
Multitasking.
Find the
Yeah.
question.
Right, so can we move these over now? So we've got some blank slots, folks.
Shall I?
Sure. Right, so that was Rescue Sarah if she wants, and keep Cantor / Warren alive during the sister heist. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Now, anything else in generals?
I tried. I gave it a good go.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like, you definitely did, and she answered the question as best she could, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Right. Personal goals. Adhair.
I mean, she kind of answered it.
Okay, answer the question then. Tell me. What's the answer to discover why Lady Thaki is the librarian and why the former Optera home is now the library?
The house became available, and she believes knowledge is power. So she wanted to become the librarian.
I don't think
It's
she
kind
did say that. She doesn't believe knowledge is power. She
Oh,
said
no,
knowledge is
what was
worth curating.
curating. That's what she said.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Controlled. Okay.
Which is a
Slightly
better
less memorable phrase.
What was that, Alexander?
Well, there's a better reason for being a librarian. They curate the knowledge. They don't know it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 'cause it's not like she knows everything that's written in there. That'd be impressive.
Mhm.
If she did.
I've met some pretty dumb librarians.
Fair.
Me too.
So, yeah, you can have
Some
that.
very smart ones, just to be clear.
Right, move that across
Met
Adhair.
quite a few.
Is it complete? Hey,
Yeah.
I done did something before I was.
It's not like you're
finished,
going to do
yeah.
it next week, is it?
Well, it's true, and yeah, okay, that's true. Skadoosh, and completed goes.
Okay, next.
Oh crap!
Oh, just
What's up?
I didn't break anything. I don't
Just
think.
control Z if you feel like you've broke something.
It's all good. It's fine.
Cool.
Nothing
Okay.
happened.
Next, personal goals. Dylan.
I mean, it didn't work.
What didn't work?
I was trying to, well, I haven't yet, rather.
Okay.
Defaced.
Okay. You keeping it?
Yeah, for now.
Flea bite.
I don't know if this is going to be too autocomplete, but I'm thinking there's a good chance that we may end up in the cave, and Fleabite would like to get his bat bits back.
Okay. I feel like acquiring new bat components or ingredients or parts would be fair to say. I don't think you could get back the specific ones you had.
If they happen to be the ones.
So acquire new bat bits. Okay, sure. That's fine, yeah. And Banger.
Yes. So my try again. My goal was successfully cat scout during Sister House at Tanana Estate, which I think I did.
Mhm.
So I'm going to put that in the complete pile. I have no idea what I'm following it up with, but maybe something related to caves also.
Yeah, because we've got a whole, I would say a whole swath of empty slots here now. So,
Mhm.
general goals, guys. What's next on the horizon?
Find out what happened to Adhair.
Good luck.
Yeah, we need to find out that something happened to Adhair first.
True.
Poor Thacky.
Save it for a future goal.
The best thing is when you try and come back and recover when you're able to return to the game in the future times. Just as a slap from Thacky straight away.
I'm used to that, but I mean, when a powerful being comes along and steals you away, what are you meant to do?
You traded up houses, I see.
She'd understand then.
You went for a Vunrin instead of a Thacky. Oh. Rightio. So,
Those humans do it for him.
general goals, guys. I know Adhair isn't going to be much help in this particular part unless he's willing to contribute to the what he thinks you guys should do next. It isn't related to recover him somehow. But what is the plan? You're heading towards a cave. So we've already got attempt to recover box from cave. Nope. Making it safely to
Forgive me, my
cave is...
stepdad's calling me. I will be right back.
Godspeed.
So they made it out of the city again. A-okay.
They did.
Yeah.
To go get Fleabite. Yep.
Don't you need transport? Because I'm not there. Well, you don't know that, so
We
never
don't
mind.
know that.
No, because their plan was always to go like hide in the, the Outlanders.
Yeah.
Or wait your
direction.
arrival.
Yeah. So, what is the plan? You're going to go and attempt to recover the box from the cave. So, you just need to make assumptions based on the fact that there's unlikely to be content before that. So, based on that content, what after that, right? So, either you have it or you don't have it, right? You will go to the cave will happen. When you leave the cave, what's the plan?
The slow trudge back to town, I assume.
Okay. And
Unless anyone happens, any large animals in the area that are sentient could be talked into giving us a...
I mean, one thing I'm going to say, even though I'm not there, when you find this box, are you going to examine the contents of the box?
I thought we'd just set it on fire and be done.
Cool.
Yeah, probably. I think is the answer.
Because I would say, depending on the contents of the box, you then decide whether you take it back or not. Because for all you know, it could be the dragon egg. It could be bomb. Yeah, for the wedding. Yeah,
Be a vampire.
could be a vampire.
the world is a vampire after all. Make it safely back to town is not a goal, by the way. Never put that in, Alexander. So, yeah. Either you'll have the box or you won't, right? And it sounds like in the meta, Fleabite got the answer. That the thing Optera had
was stolen by
Well, him.
presumably.
Yeah, that was sort of a new piece of information, or at least
Yeah.
to me, that he didn't just find it. Like the bats didn't just bring it to him. He did get it. He went out to get it.
Or just did the box that you were like unsure if it was or not. Seems to be now.
Yeah.
So that's narrowed down the box search a little bit. Which is handy. So you could assumedly go to cave, get box, and then what?
Discover that it's already been taken by Richter. And then slowly drag it back to town. Hoping that we can make it in time.
Well, it'll be like some point on Friday, right? You'll get there. And then, because this was Thursday night, into there was a Thursday morning. So, by the time you get there, it'll be like Friday afternoon, time you get to the cave, if you don't stop. So, Friday afternoon, and then it'd be the weekend, right? By the time you got back. So you've still got like a day, a full day, that's maybe just worth sleeping before the Monday wedding, if we're using our days to count. Right? So you're doing okay.
I think some of us are going to need to sleep.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. So, beyond that then, right? He's going to sit on the box for a night, or he's going to immediately take it back?
I think we kind of have to just like, rest in town. I'm not resting in that fucking cave.
That would be sensible.
I mean, that sounds right up your alley.
I mean, like, yeah, if it were a cave that weren't known to be inhabited by massive bats and bat people.
Okay. Right. Goals. What's the plan then? Is it complete the Tunan job?
Yeah?
Because I feel like, given the progress we are often used to, that could still be 10 sessions away.
I know, but it doesn't hurt to put it in there now. We can always change it if we like
Agreed,
that.
because there's still another blank slot.
Output complete Tunan
And obviously, until Dylan can return, if he can return,
job.
we are relying on you and Fleabite mostly, and anything Adhair wishes to add in further.
I mean, top men.
Kidnap Lady Thacky.
Kidnap Mr. Sandy Claus.
Yes.
This is
The whole
Halloween.
soundtrack that goes with that.
Right, anything from the list of ongoings?
Yeah, I was just looking through the
Ideas pile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
because there is like find out what the package is.
Mm.
So
Because you guys were instructed not to open the box.
yeah, I mean yeah.
No one said anything about Fleabite looking in.
Fleabite, the contractual lawyer.
I mean
He's
yeah.
right, he's right.
Just saying, Fleabite's not getting paid to find the box. Like,
Technically, Fleabite was paid to do whatever Cass had agreed, because you were given a bell. So Fleabite's
They
under
don't know
contract.
Fleabite's loyalty to contracts is not.
Yes. Regardless of that, what else is the plan? Got one more goal to fill. Never mind our personnels.
I mean, there's always the more long term, like learn more about entering Barris.
There was also catching back up with Utior Eric and
Mhm.
getting him geared up for his new and possibly last adventure up a mountain.
It might also be worth specifically, just because this is a more easily completable goal, because it's better defined, is like seeing if landing ourselves in the good graces of the Tans would mean that we get information on Paris from them.
That was kind of why you were doing this the whole time, though.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
that was-
know,
that was
but
the goal, yeah.
Making that an explicit written down goal.
So what helped?
Part of the Tanan job.
No, so completing the Tanan job is literally giving them the box and then
Giving them the box.
yeah, and that being that. that basically, essentially, you all get invited to the wedding at that point. I believe was the agreement, considering you've been paid throughout the job. But there could still be a. Now that we have done something for Lord Tonan, what are we able to cash in on? Right? So that's a good point. So, what would you want him to be able to do for the group? Like hire a Sherpa? Like.
Well, I wonder if given his position, community, and to put it that way,
Mhm.
he might not be aware of things that aren't strictly known to the public, right?
Okay. So, what I mean though
So-
is, what is the ask here? Like ultimately, regardless of the fact you go, we want Noah's help. What
Yeah,
form
well,
does that help
it would
take?
be that literally ask him, we've done something for you. We know we've been reimbursed, but perhaps you would be willing to share some information. We think we've mentioned to him our sort of fool's errand already, haven't we?
I think so.
So he already knows about it. So bring that up and say, in the context of in light of having assisted him, simply ask him if he can provide any information or assistance in regards to that. I think it can just be like a case of.
I would
bring it
say
up.
that those are bad goals to put in general.
Okay.
Is conversational related goals because they either peter out or do everything you need them to. And they're so hard to pin down because
Yeah, okay.
ultimately it's a conversation, right? So
I'm trying
yeah.
to phrase it well, and I'm not.
Depends.
but,
Anybody else got any ideas what they think, like Noah Twinan's resources could do for the party with their quest to climb a mountain nobody's been able to climb? Because it's not a bad ask, right? Getting
So I'm
him
thinking if he had a Sherpa, then it wouldn't be a mountain that no one's able to climb.
exactly right. Also, keep in mind, Von Rune asked Adhair to go up this mountain with his gang. He has an airship.
Mm-hmm.
He's not willing to go up the mountain. And disposable men. Right.
Horses.
Disposable men that can fly. And he's not willing to go up the mountain. They got Adhair to agree to it. So, yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
It's okay. So, Dylan, what do you think for the last goal? What the suggestions have been, if you're completing the Tonan job, then try and cash in the goodwill you've generated with Lord Tonan to get some help in getting up Paris. But it's the ask. What would the help? What's the form the help takes?
An airship.
I mean, I think we know he doesn't have one.
But with enough bad parts.
You're right. A bat plane of some kind, or a bat blimp. Any ideas? Dylan.
I was trying to think.
No worries. Because he's a guy with resources, right? And if you are in a good light, if you get him back his box for his wedding.
Oh, wasn't it not a dragon skull? Wasn't it a like an elephant?
A Baru?
Like from a Baru.
I don't know. I need to go back and listen to it. I think it was a dragon.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think I
remember saying it being something like a dragon rather than necessarily being a specifically dragon. But I think you were mostly just saying it was a big monster skull.
Yeah, and I definitely think it was a dragony as opposed to elephanty, because I think I mentioned to you in his hallway that you'd been in before, in vague notes before our character ideas had been solidified.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think you could disregard any Baru skulls around his house.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Just walking by walls of them. Pay no attention to these. But yeah, so arguably the most powerful and richest man in the city might owe you guys a favor, and going to the wedding isn't exactly payment.
No, the money is.
The money was the payment. Yes, 100%. That was the payment. Going once.
No, I guess that makes sense. Like, use Tonin for more info on Barris.
Nope, we've agreed that making goals about conversations are a bad thing because of how vague and different they can
I
fall
meant,
anyway.
Like, use as in like either that's through conversation or like if we don't complete the job, then we need to like potentially sneak into his place again. Because he seems to know about Barris, right? I'm not.
Well, it's the mountain that keeps his city in shadow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether or not he believes there's a city at the top of it, you don't know.
We could also go with like
Detect thoughts would be an interesting one in that scene.
We could also go with something about like Stobard.
True. Yeah. You could
either find out more about it or
interrogate Stobard.
Re-enfranchise Stobard.
Yeah, that would be good.
Marry Stobard to Sarah.
I mean, yeah, Sarah Stobard. Yeah, you could. Per Charleston. Right, going twice. Nothing solid yet.
I just think finding out what the package is achievable before any of the.
But it also might make completing the Talan job impossible. Because what if it was thousands of moths, carefully packaged, and you open it and they all fly away?
We could try and figure that out beforehand, right? We could investigate it a bit. See if it's something, if it's ticking, screaming.
But Fleabite ticks and screams, so it's very difficult to filter.
I mean, I wholeheartedly plan on opening that box.
If it sounds like Bela Lugosi.
I'd love it to sound like Bela Lugosi. That'd be so good. Okay. Going thrice. In that case, then, you have until the weekend to hit me up with a suggested goal in like TI chat. You can discuss it between yourselves on there up until the weekend. And then if there is still nothing there by then, it's not happening. Same with yourself, Vanger, personal goal-wise, unless something's revealed itself to you during the chat there.
No, I'll have to.
That's okay.
I'll have to think.
That's fine. So guys, that's 4 goals. You did.
Call me Johnny 4 goals.
Yeah.
How much are the top goals worth? Or the group goals?
All goals are worth the same.
Oh, are they?
All goals are worth the same. It's 100 times your current level in XP.
600.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. So he's just earned what? 2,400?
2,400, yeah.
Yeah. So our new total is?
20,475.
Yeah. Which is, to my knowledge, not that far off. Is it 23k or 24k that you need to get a level?
Yeah, we're getting there. It's like that.
Yeah, it is 23k. That's not far off, guys.
Yeah.
Just need some good goals that will line up and not complicate each other. Yeah. Right, okay, so Adhair, I'm going to leave you last for obvious reasons.
Yep, fair enough.
So, going to start us off? Fleabite.
So I was not prepared for a Cynthia conversation.
Yeah, right. Cheeky wee Lady Von Rune appearing, yeah.
I think... well, maybe, yeah. No, I guess I've not exactly had much preparation time before, but this time hit me out of the blue more than usual. I was a bit feeling like, yeah, okay, Cynthia, you can keep being weird to me, and you're not going to get the same reaction every time. You can't just jump out of the tree every time and expect me to fall out this time. So playing it a little bit cool, and trying to, I'm sure she knows that she can get in Fleabite's head, but Fleabite doesn't want to make it easy.
Alexander, you assign a lot of powers to her. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, and I don't like I don't disagree with myself in that. And I think that I did kind of pivot away. At first I sort of wanted to know more about the sister and
Mhm.
and if she was like being coerced, but I kind of it's like does Fleet like
It's why I was
Okay.
an asshole and literally phrased it. Well, you can ask me anything, right? Because that's Cynthia's way.
and I mean I was very tempted to be like, how make good Cynthia tea?
Ah, that's so good.
um,
Just you and her making tea up a tree. And then tea up a tree would have been the title.
next time.
Next time.
And I mean, yeah, it was good that didn't actually have to lose any copper. That was the important part. Got
Yeah.
got back.
Hmm.
And I did want to like, Fleabite's mind isn't entirely made up on that whole egg situation. Like Alexander's mind is not completely made up on that situation. So I think partially not knowing a lot about the setting and the complexities of it, and I actually completely saw that question coming. I knew that was what you were going to ask, so I was quite glad.
Look at me being predictable. In my unpredictability, I guess.
So yeah, that was all good, and just like watching the fire of Adhair's date every so often starts to like go to ask a question.
Hey, that date was awesome.
Yeah? Like,
It was. It was the sending the message. I was just like, oh no, there's going to be this massive paper trail to.
the alibi.
Mhm.
Yep.
Um,
Adiou alibi would have been a good session title for that one. Yep.
and on that, we are going to definitely miss Adair and Gregor. Yep. Good times as usual.
Yeah. The Vanger.
He's muted. I think he's gone. Or
I'm not
AFK.
gone. I will
Oh,
never
right.
go anywhere. No, hello. Yes, I'm Banger indeed, and I was muted without realizing it. Yeah, that was nice. We had a bit of a conclusion to the arc, the current arc. Not the conclusion that we'd hoped for, perhaps, because yeah, there definitely is something amiss. But said it in character or say it out of character. Not gonna drag someone kicking and screaming along with us. Not sure we could successfully do that. So yeah, a bit of a strange one, but cool progress. Again, it's always nice to get to flex your character skills a bit. Do some druidry. Druidry is the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you, me, for
You
coming up
druided well.
So yeah, like, and it, obviously we had Cass getting to use a bit of the sort of sneaky ability magic. It's not really sort of it's not quite the most iconically bard thing, but it feels very suitable for a character who is
The Shadow Broker
who's,
that
who's
you
whole,
have.
yeah, his whole
It's
shtick
awful at
really
being a
is
shadow
not being-
broker. Yeah.
You're not being what you seem, right? So
Yeah.
it feels very you. So yeah, like it's always nice when you get to sort of do your character shtick a bit. I was glad that we got a nice moment for Fleabite in the tree because I felt bad for being. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very tired now. And yeah, a nice bit of a send off for Adair. He finally got to go on that date.
Finally.
The one he wanted originally with Cynthia.
I mean, the way he sees it, he ended up with Cynthia.
I see. Okay. I see.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's yes, we'll see, and I hope at some point in the future you may be able to dip back in.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm.
If you're still alive.
Listen, he may not be, but I'll just read it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not above that.
See how many more Opteros we have to go to war with.
Or play.
Alright, play.
You start just
We're
making
out
your
of
new
Falcons.
characters. Yeah, like obviously Dylan plays Falcon. Fleelight makes I don't know, one of the Calastris house probably. Anger replays one of the Optera house, and you just retake Evershade. There you go. That's what happens if we get a TPK.
You guys are entering that into the goals, right?
Anything else, Anger?
No, I think I have.
I got.
Dead.
Yes. Cass for the whole session, in fact.
Mhm.
Mm.
It didn't go the way we thought. I was actually not at all prepared to like try to convince the person we were saving to be saved.
Right, okay. How do you think it was going to go?
I mean, I really just thought it would be a typical like we'd walk in, we'd get there, she'd be like either "Oh, thank God" or "Oh, you're right," like with minimal. I thought Canty was be more help.
Oh, no.
Silly.
You here.
NPC's helping.
Yeah, he kind of he dropped the ball a bit, but
But you just have to
like,
ask
I
yourself, what was
not
his
in the
plan
least bit-
without you guys, right?
Canty, more like can't do.
Mhm.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Certainly could have gone better, I imagine, but
You seem to like
It was-
Sarah. That's the main thing.
yeah, it was like a rocky start, but I think we got there as friends. But now I have to go to the wedding as Cass.
Yeah, the one that Twinand isn't fond of, specifically. Besides
Yeah, but he doesn't know what
Xarx's.
she looks like.
Yeah,
He's probably already forgotten her name.
probably. Yeah, the one thing I did like is the fact that you weighed in on some mind control situation after using Bardic Inspiration on him. I thought that was really funny, just low-key in the background, because it is like manipulation in a way, right?
Oh, I suppose, like encouragement.
Right.
Good manipulation.
Yeah, like good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. Yeah, Bardic Inspiration, the manipulation you're kind of okay with, because
Yeah,
you roll dice in
'cause
your
it's good.
favor. Yeah, that's good.
But yes, we'll miss you, Adhair.
Yeah,
Thank you, dude.
yeah.
It was nice to have a good other face of the party, because I'm a pretty shit one.
And you have so many to offer up as well.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just not wearing the right mask.
The red and blue, we'll need to find a replacement somehow. For the, the ship that, Mayal had in her head between the two of you.
Xarxus.
Yeah. Anything else, Dylan?
No, that'd be it.
Last but not least, then, Adhair.
So yeah, it's been awesome. I'm upset I can't actually finish the game, but life tends to get in the way. But I'm amazed. This is my longest ever game of D&D.
Yay! I was glad to be part of it.
Yep, the same character where you actually get to know the character properly. I really enjoyed that because normally the other group I play with, we're lucky if we see the return 3-4 times. And then it's like you're just learning your character. And it's like, oh, let's just do something else. And it's like, no.
Yeah, that can suck.
Yeah, you've written a character, stick with it, see what they're like. So to actually get to play for it, Adhair, for that's what, just about a year?
Yeah, just shy of a year.
Just shy of a year, dude. Yeah, that's been freaking awesome. I mean, he's not dead.
Yeah,
he's
correct.
merely gone. So if I do manage to restart a
if you
business,
ever step back into the world of Staccato, you could easily pick up Adhair from wherever he's been. Yep.
Yeah. Fingers crossed I'll be able to play again because I love Roll20. Ryan, you brilliant GM.
Thank you.
I've grown to really enjoy Roll20 and just doing audio instead of video because the other group I play with, it's all video, and then you're like, why am I looking at a bunch of...
Yeah.
What? No. I could understand on Twitch if you wanted us down the bottom, but
The key is
Name
not to own a
tags.
webcam so that people can't make you.
Thing is, I would never make anyone, like, if people wanted to be on webcam, they're more than welcome to be along the bottom of Roll20 or whatever, but I'm not here to enforce that. That's up to each person's individual. My face is here anyway, so
Yeah, that's all you need. Why take the attention away?
thanks. Yeah.
But no, it's been absolutely great. I've seen some people come and go. I've met some interesting players and characters, and yeah, it's just unfortunately my timing. I just get the feeling that every week I might be messaging to say sorry I can't make it. I mean, even at the beginning of today, I thought I might not make it at the start, because of a bloody house viewing. But then we got double booked, so I was able to make it on time.
Oh well, that's
So
convenient.
that's just.
I was
that's the
pleased you could
severe-
make it, because it would have been too funny to have not had the date happen after all this time.
I know, but it was like the meal, you know,
Mhm.
all that build up, and then actually no, Adhair dies before he gets to the theater.
It would suck, right? It would definitely suck. He's walking up to the Thaki estate and just has a heart attack on the gravel. Like, that would just, it would be awful.
Turns out there was an ancient Genasi defense grid there.
Yeah, exactly. That fountain, that obviously Skander Thaki or whatever his
Which is
name
for the
is. Yeah.
rock monster from the first episode comes back.
It's been following you this whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dwayne. Yeah. It's been a pleasure to be your GM. It's been wonderful to see you RP and grow into Adhair. He's definitely evolved over time.
Definitely.
Yeah. I've never seen somebody with such interest in Roll20 luck.
Bad luck. I mean,
Interesting, because it sometimes went your way when you did your rogue things only. But when you did sorcerer things, it was like, nah, what you trying?
yeah, it's like, Will, you're trying to be cool. We're not going to allow that. No.
That was fun. It would be great if you could make it again. Ideally, we'd like you for extended periods, obviously. I think dipping in and out might not be ideal, but like, yeah, we can definitely talk about that. I'm more than open to that. Because yeah, it was. I mean, keep in mind, it was Scott that asked me moons ago, 11 months ago. A chance you could maybe see if you can get my mate Gregor a game.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can see what I can do. And I was like, well, my Monday and my Friday, no, but I could just run a Wednesday game. Why the hell not? And then 11 months later, look at it. This is yeah. So this is your fault.
Sorry, I did ask Scott. You play D&D. Let's play a game together.
Yeah, I was pleased I could give you 41 sessions. That was something I never thought was going to happen. So yeah, that was good times. But I think I'll just ramble on from now on. So until we meet again.
Indeed, but you guys have me on Discord. You also have me on Facebook. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, let me know what's going down, what's happening. God, I sound like an old man.
And obviously, feel free to tune in whenever you want to top up your triumph points as well.
What's going down, young ones?
Before we descend into a rabble of madness, I say descend so soon. Goodbye, everybody that watched us so far and joined us on the journey. Goodbye, Adhair, and arguably good riddance. I'm kidding. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.